Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I welcome you to the sitting. It's one of those sittings where you have a guest who is important. I'll be introducing the guest who is in attendance a little later. Honorable members, on the 11th of September this year, the Kingdom of Toro marked 26 years of the coronation of their king, Omukamo Oyo Nyimba Kabamba Iguru Rukidi IV. The Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, alongside members from the Toro sub-region, effectively represented the institution of the legislature at the commemoration at the Kuruzika Palace in Fort Portal City. We thank the Deputy Speaker and all the honorable members who represented us on this occasion. I do congratulate King Oyo and the Toro people and wish him many more anniversaries of great deeds to his people and Uganda as a whole. On another happy note, the Chabazinga of Busoga Kingdom, William Wilberforce Kadumbala Gabula Nadiope IV, celebrated the 7th coronation anniversary in Jinja. I congratulate him and the people of the Kingdom of Busoga and wish him many more anniversaries of great deeds for his people and Uganda as a whole. On a somber note, let me inform you of the demise of Dr. Balaimu Mwanga Chibirige, popularly known as BMK, an illustrious investor in the Eastern Central African region, an eminent business person who died on the 10th of September 2021. He was laid to rest on Sunday. Let me also inform you of the demise of the widow of former member of the Presidential Commission, wife to His Excellency Nyamuchoncho Poli, Mrs. Seferosa Nyamuchoncho, which occurred on Saturday, 11th September 2021. We condole with the bereaved families and pray for the repose of the souls of the deceased and honorable members for these two and those that we know and we may not know. Let's rise and observe a moment of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Honorable members, you will recall that the Honorable Chair of the Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, the Honorable Rakojo, came here to the House and requested the House for an extension for the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs to finish with the two bills that had been returned by the President. One is the Sexual Offences Bill, and the second one, the Succession Amendment Bill. You'll recall that those two pieces of legislation were passed by Parliament in the last Parliament. But when we started this Parliament, we received notification from the President, communicated through the Minister and with a letter to the Speaker, that those two bills had been returned for various reasons. The Sexual Offences Bill had its own reasons, and also the Succession Amendment Bills had proposals for amendment. But as with many of the bills done by the President, we have not been able to hit the timelines that are provided both under Article 91 and also of the Constitution, and also our own rules of procedure. We have had difficulties with the sugar bill, which was returned by the President, the biotechnology, the name changed a bit, law, and several others. What we have not been able to achieve very well, the timeline. We're not able to tell with certainty when the president received the assent copies of the bill. There are gaps in the legislation, and these gaps have always caused us unease when we handle this legislation signed by the president. These two bills that have been returned by the president have the same objections. We call them minority report, raised by members who thought the timelines provided is not for just to serve no purpose, that the timeline must be heeded to. So we have a minority report on the report that is coming from the Honorable Rakoja's committee. We're trying to find ways of how we handle this, the way we handle the sugar bill, we handle the biotechnology bill. We kind of look at the bigger purpose of the legislation, who is it going to serve, what it's going to regulate. So we kind of like solve the bigger purpose. But that time, this time, I think time has come for us to look at the law again and try and stick by it. So we had a meeting today with the chair of the legal committee and the authors of the minority report, the Honorable Nwagaba and the Honorable Anne Adeke Baju, and we came to some arrangements, things I need to do, and with the Honorable Rakojo to make sure that we're in sync with the law. How we process this thing should be within the law. I'll be communicating this in the course of this week. I'm saying this because the time continues to run, but the matter is already before Parliament and will be able to handle at an appropriate time. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery today, we have a special guest, like I said. And he is accompanied by very many people, 23, but I have two lists I have to choose. There's a list of 23 and there's a list of 9. Do I go with 23 or introduce all of them? I go with 9. 23. I put the question, doesn't so I say I to the contrary, no. So I'll go with the full list of the 23. Having been guided by the House. It's an honor, yes, yes. I had a meeting with the President Rotary International. That's part of why this House is starting at the time it has started. In the Distinguished Strangers Gallery this afternoon, we have the Rotary International President, Mr. Shekhar Mehta, and his wife, First Lady Rashi Mehta, who are here to observe the proceedings of the House. And like many presidents, they go with many people escorting them. They are accompanied by Geta Manek, the Rotary Foundation trustee, Yinka Babalola, past Rotary International Director, John Magezi Ndamira, District Governor, Yang Kimaro, District Governor, Honorable Mike Sebalo, District Governor-elect, Margaret Sebalo, past President, Peace Taremwa, District Governor-elect, Alan Lukoda, District Rotaract Representative, Noha Nyabuang, District Rotaract Representative, Shamila Bat, past District Governor, Eric Kimani, past District Governor, Alex Nyaga, District Governor, Robert Wagwa, past District Governor, Rossetti Nabumba, past District Governor, Ken Mugisha, past District Governor, Joan Elsie, immediate past president. Ronald Kawadwa, past assistant governor. Rotarian Richard Kalunji, medical. Ivan Koreta, honorable. Is that the one? Or that's another Ivan Koreta? That is not the general. That's the young Koreta, Ivan Koreta, charter president. Fred Masede, past assistant governor. Sarah Owemba Bazi, district Rotaract representative elect. Josephine Kabir Caesar, member of delegation, and Sanjeev Patel, member of the delegation. They are all here to escort the President Rotary International to observe the proceedings of the House. And also, this House is honored that a request has been made by one of its own members, who actually is a member of Rotary, that in honor of this visit, which is very important, we all know what Rotary has been able to do in the communities that we come from. And in my short speech to the president, I said Rotary is a response, a human response system created by volunteers who feel in their hearts that they need to support humanity, and especially people who find themselves disadvantaged by natural causes, also by factors of ordinary human life. They come in to help to deal with disease. It's a response system, earthquake, strike, Rotary response. Disaster strike, Rotary response. Disease strike, Rotary response. So it's a response system, and would be able to have a motion which has been presented, discussed and debated now. But before we do that, there are some urgent matters, which are the types that would fit very well. And I'd like the president to listen to some of the things that afflict our communities here, might inform some of the things that we do in the future. I have some urgent matters that members would like to raise.
The Speaker, wanted guidance in respect to your communication.
Procedure?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, in your communication, you have talked about the bills that were brought back by the president, that the chairperson was taking leave of parliament, extension of time for her to be able to manage those bills. Right, Honourable Speaker, there are members of parliament who moved private members' bills. I personally have been to your office in respect to my bills. You have guided me that I write to the clerk to reprint the bills and I bring them to the house. When I look at Rule 235, right, Honourable Speaker, I notice that what I'm trying to reprint lapsed. It was not saved. I am wondering, what am I going to reprint and distribute to members? And secondly, which procedure will I use again to reprint and reintroduce my bills? That's the guidance I'm seeking, right, Honourable Speaker.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I thought the motion was to serve all business. Was the business listed, or just an entire lot of business that had not been completed by Parliament? All business. So the mere fact that you are missing on the list does not mean you're not on the list. Virtually, you're on the list, because because I think the motion that passed business to the 11th Parliament took care of all the business that had been pending. But in the case of these two bills, they were returned in this Parliament by the president. So their category is different. So, but business that had been saved, I have given, yes. I had given guidance on what needs to be done under Rule 235. Yes. On what matter do you raise?
Yeah, that very matter, right, Honourable Speaker.
On what
because
matter?
I too have had a pending bill that was saved by the last parliament.
The same
And I
ruling.
wanted to know when that motion is going to be tabled, or if it has been tabled, when, whether it has been considered, so that that saved business can move on.
You know, we have a challenge that that same motion should have been moved within a timeline. So we are saying now that that motion was not moved at the time they should have been moved. But there is a motion, substantive motion that has been approved by Parliament, even if the last Parliament, that should cover for the time that, because we're supposed to have discussed this motion of reintroduction by this Parliament within a certain time, which time has passed. So what we now do, we use the other motion to now empower the other members who have bills to have them reprinted and brought to the House under Rule 235. We're just trying to be creative to deal with the gap. Yes. Same matter? You don't see clarification from me? Yes?
On your,
No, please. The rules don't allow you to do that. You don't seek clarifications from me? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable Mawanda has asked a question that most of us are in the same boat, and I thank you for your guidance.
Thank you.
But the question is, when we present the motion here for first reading, we also request the House we seek leave to prepare that. And when we go to leave, you come back having prepared a bill. For me, the local content bill was just returned by the President to the House, and we had worked out with the committee, and the committee just needed to report. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I find myself with the Honorable Mawanda. At what level, when I come to this House, do I present it as something that has come from the President? Do I go to stage one? Honorable Speaker, I think more clarification is required, because I was at the department. They asked the same question from your guidance.
No, just like I've stated with the bill that is being processed now by the legal committee, your bill was returned by the President. That's where at the stage at which it is. You move the motion. I'm sure you are the one who moved the motion for reconsideration. That is the motion that is saved. So when we come back, we're going to deal with that motion that saved your bill. I mean, we are going to deal with that motion for the consideration only, nothing else. Now, if the committee was ready, of course, that motion is should be now brought, reintroduced, taken to the new committee. They look at what has transpired, what the comment is on what the President has written, his comments on the bill. And then thereafter, they come back to the House. They should be satisfied that what the other committee did, they are okay with it. But of course, if they are not okay with it, they might have to look at it again. But it doesn't take you back to the original bill. It's now the bill as passed by Parliament. Yes, Honorable Solomon?
Right Honorable Speaker.
On what matter do you rise?
On procedure, Right Honorable.
Procedure?
Right Honorable Speaker, I first want to thank you and so much for recognizing the importance and the role of kingdoms in Uganda, because in your speech, you recognized and congratulated the Toro and Busoga kingdoms consecutively. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure issue I'm raising on, whenever there are these celebrations and coronations of these different kings, these kingdoms have been having demands for a very long period of time. Right Honorable Speaker, wouldn't it be procedurally right for you to guide government as the Speaker of this Parliament that this time government should at least fulfill this? Like, the best example would be Busoga Kingdom. We have had demands that we want from government for a long time. And every celebration, every coronation, we talk about these demands, but they are never responded to by government. Would it be procedure right for you to guide the government that I congratulate Toro this time, this should be done as they have requested. I congratulate Busoga this time, this should be done. Right, Honorable Speaker, wouldn't that be procedure right for you to save that for Busoga and Toro and the other kingdoms, including Uganda, which is the biggest, right, Honorable Speaker?
I think you have already ruled on your, but I disagree with your ruling. Honorable member, that will be the right time for you to later on bring a motion to the House and that can be discussed. It can hardly be a speaker's ruling to draw money from the fund to implement some background agreements, commitment that had been made outside this House, which is not to the knowledge of the speaker. You're just bringing it now. So at an appropriate time, please prepare and come under the rules appropriately, and we have that debate. Thank you. Kumi District, quickly, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance,
Urgent.
of urgent importance, about the poor status of Kumi Ongino Akide Road. That road, Mr. Speaker, is a UNRWA road, but is poorly managed. It is a road that connects to the former leprosy center and now the Kumi Hospital Ongino. Mr. Speaker, as I speak now, the road is impassable. Patients cannot reach the hospital for immediate attention. Actually, what is happening right now is that it's the local communities who are trying to have interventions. And the worst of it, Mr. Speaker, it is the children now who hold the hose every day to fill the potholes to allow their patients and their relatives to reach the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I ask this House to support me on this because we are aware that where service delivery is not observed strictly, the government in power takes the blame. Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that your office directs the Honorable Minister of Works to urgently take up an action so that this road is worked upon where we shall be able to rescue lives. Mr. Speaker, it is also very important that monitoring is intensified where there are UNRWA roads and district roads so that we ensure value for money as government. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. You don't direct people to do what they are mandated to do. It's the mandate of the Minister of Works to make sure that these roads are okay. Do I have anybody from any minister from the Minister of Works? I want a commitment on this.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've taken note of this. I'm going to link up with the Minister of Works to ensure it's followed up urgently. And right Honorable Speaker, what we are also doing, we are ensuring that UNRWA meets MPs per sub-region to ensure we urgently look into their issues and action is taken. But this is very, very urgent. I'm going to ensure today I link up with the minister and action is taken.
Thank you very much. The minister should not come here with a report, should just head to the field and have that road fixed. Nakawa East, quickly.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Balimwezo Ronald Nsubuga, the Member of Parliament representing Nakawa East constituency and the Shadow Minister for Lands, Housing and Urban Planning. Right Honorable Speaker, over 4,000 people residing along the rail line have been given up to the 31st day of this month to vacate from their homes. Right Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, all of us know the effects of COVID-19. People are suffering, the household income is low, they have no money to rent new houses, and therefore it is important for us to rethink about the eviction order that Uganda Railway Corporation gave to these people. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it is also known that the Minister of Lands gave a directive that no person should evict anyone on land. And therefore, it is important that we should, as a house, think of requesting Uganda Railways Corporation to basically give these people a grace period until the situation normalizes. Otherwise, they have nowhere to sleep. And yet there is even a court order to that effect, Right Honorable Speaker, stopping any person from evicting these people. My prayer is one, can the minister or the attorney general tell us whether, give an explanation why,
Honorable, I think your prayer is for extension of time.
not only extension of
No,
time.
no. We have to stay.
Then we
have to stay within the law when we are making requests. How do you explain somebody settling in a place that is not supposed to settle in? You are now asking that. No, give us time. Give us more time because of COVID, so that we can see how to get out of here and get other places. You cannot pray that I don't know who issued the court order. How do you issue on the railway reserve? And you are saying they are saying they should not. Please, let's deal with what we can handle. Your prayer, which you told me, was that these people should be given more time as they settle, as they move out slowly. And that's the prayer that would be accepted, and we move on. Because if you complicate your matter by things that the law cannot support, then it becomes very complicated.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would also like to know from the Minister of Lands and Housing, the resettlement plan they have for these people. These are Ugandans. We have seen people resettled, people from outside of the country, but these are our poor Ugandans that we need to give them attention, Right Honorable Speaker. Some other people have been even compensated. So these are Ugandans that we need to give respect because they are taxpayers. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the concerns from my honorable colleague, Honorable Balimwezo. But Right Honorable, as a country, we are looking at developing infrastructure. For example, the railway to ease transport. The business people are having issues. The cost of transport is high. And right now, as government, as we plan to develop the railway infrastructure, we must be the ones as leaders advising our people not to settle on government land where we have to develop the infrastructure. But if we are going to encourage them, then it will be difficult for government to develop the infrastructure. So I am uncomfortable when my dear friend and a former colleague in the local government who knows that we must develop the infrastructure is business for the business community, develop our country, cannot advise these voters to vacate these areas to enable government to develop the infrastructure. And it will be costly to government. If we are going to encourage people to settle in the protected areas, to settle on government land, and then look for money to compensate them, when most of these people even have where they came from, will be very unfair. So I want to encourage him and other leaders that we should talk to our voters to avoid settling on government land to enable government develop the infrastructure. I thank you.
Honorable member, I was offering free advice. Instead of going back without holding anything in your hand, you might need to review your request because the eviction is pending end of this month. And since you have not done it and you are not about to do it, I'll leave it at that. Mukono North.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm Chuanko Abdallah, Member of Parliament, Mukono North. I'm the Shadow Minister, Internal Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on the point of urgent national importance. Right Honorable Speaker, on 24th of August, 2021, a joint force comprising of police, UPDF, CMI, invaded Luwelo district, specifically at the orphanage center of Makaz Hafiz Ibn Hajar Orphanage Center in the wee hours with the drones and took off with 50 children between the age of 7 years and 12 years. They took them to Mbuya, and after that, they were dropped and detained at Champisi Child Care Center with a heavy deployment of UPDF, where they have continued to be detained up to this hour. Within that Champisi Child Care Center is located within Mukono District and Mukono North constituency. Personally, it was a tug of war to enter and observe the status of the children, but I was denied an opportunity to talk to these children. I personally discussed this issue with Honorable Jim Muhwezi, the Minister for Security, who had promised that these children were going to be released the following day. That was on Saturday. Up to now, the parents, the relatives of these orphans, the relatives of these orphans are on my back, demanding for the release of these orphans. Right Honorable Speaker, can the Minister for Internal Affairs, who is in this house, explain to this house and the country the reasons as to why these children have continued to be detained without being taken to court if there is any case against them? Right Honorable Speaker, still last week, the Minister for Internal Affairs, General Kahinda Otafire, well aware that this house has delegated the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs to visit Masaka to ascertain.
No, Honorable, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Honorable Minister, Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've had the concern of the
No, please.
honorable member. I'll verify and revert with an explanation regarding those children.
Honorable Minister, this matter was raised by one member from here. Was it Lutamaguzi? Honorable, yes, it was raised the other week. And about the children. You might want to interest yourself in it, and you don't have to come back to the house. Just do the needful from there, and we'll pick it from there.
Well, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Honorable Speaker,
On what matter do you raise?
on a procedure matter,
Yes.
I wouldn't have risen after your ruling, but matters of security, internal affairs, defense, so many outfits. The thought initially That was the initial BGM issue that prompted a long debate here, had brought the attention of security to bear. And you did demand that they make a statement here on the same matter. We are now descending into children. And for a whole week, since the statement was made here, the Minister of Internal Affairs is not alive to this fact. Are we safe, right, Mr. Speaker? I did rise the same week and requested of the Speaker to humbly demand that the Minister has a timeline to give this House a comprehensive report on national security. Now that we have started arresting infants and detaining them, not for a day, not for a week, but weeks, Mr. Speaker, with the Minister of Internal Affairs assure this country that we can still trust them with ourselves and our children, especially, Mr. Speaker. It's very disturbing. And you have never obtained that statement, and there seems to be no timeline to that statement coming here and being debated by the House, Mr. Speaker. We need your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, all requests that have been made by the House through the Speaker for statements of explanation of circumstances, we notify the responsible people to prepare statements and bring. But we only put on the order paper statements that are ready. Sometimes they are doing research and they have not had time to come back to us within the time. But because you don't want also a premature debate on a matter, because that doesn't solve the problem. But once they're ready, unless the timeline is fixed, say we say next Wednesday, that would be a different matter. But when we say I am coming back with a comprehensive statement to cover all aspects of matters raised, it's different because there's no specific timeline, but we expect a statement. So as soon as they're ready, I'm sure they will come back with a statement. We have a debate on this matter. But for the urgent aspects of these things, like the one of these children, I'm saying there should be a solution found quickly. And if it's coming in part of the statement or in the bigger statement, it should come. But all we need that it should happen. And I remember who raised the issue would come back and tell us, no, the matter has been solved. So we're okay. We are focusing on that. And of course, we would have been interested in the reasons why they were moved from Luwero to Mukono, and circumstances in which they were moved, would have been interested in those things. The Honorable Minister, these matters are within your hands. And it's good manners to let people know about what happened to others when they request to know. Even when you are not directed, you have a mandate and a responsibility to tell Ugandans what is going on. Thank you. Chadondo East.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Kunyenje Muwada, Member of Parliament, Chadondo East, and Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance on the status and condition of Kampala Capital City Authority landfill at Chitezi, its state and effect on surrounding communities. Right Honorable Speaker, there has been ongoing excavation by landowners led by Ewanu Chichoncho around the Chitezi KCCA landfill. And this has brought overflow of drainage, contagious drainage from the landfill to nearby communities of Lusanja, Chitezi, including my home, Right Honorable Speaker. This is contagious flow of drainage has accessed people's homes without any intervention by KCCA, Ministry of Health, or even the ministry in charge of environment. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, is to urge Kampala Capital City Authority, Ministry of Health, and the Environment Ministry to come up with urgent measures to contain the overflow from Chitezi landfill
And as well, because the access to Chitezi is from Mperere to Chitezi, the road has been highly damaged by garbage trucks. Kampala Capital Store Authority should also be urged
That is now another matter.
to
altogether.
come in and,
Let's
right,
deal
Honorable
with-
Speaker,
no,
it
no,
has
no, no,
become
no, please, Honorable.
I beg to submit.
You came to me, you made a request. You see, when you come here and change the framework of our agreement, you run into trouble. Because I'm part of the agreement, and I see you violating it in my presence. Honorable Minister, landfill and the overflows.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, colleague, for raising that concern. Honorable Speaker, I'm aware of the Kitezi problem. I've asked my team, among others, it is not only one. I just pray that colleague should get in touch with you and my ministry will do their part. We are already aware of that situation. It's action.
Thank you very much. Chekwi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Aleper Moses, representing the people of Chekwi County, Kadam, in Nakapripri district. I rise on a matter of urgent importance. I also want to bring to your attention, Right Honorable Speaker, that this is my maiden speech or statement in this August House.
You are protected.
And I would like you to give me an adequate opportunity to share the views, which time I will use very responsibly.
No. This is urgent matter. It stays there.
Yeah.
It stays there, that framework agreement.
But for the record, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate you upon attainment of that position. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is no mean feat, given what we went through to get you there.
No, Honorable, for
Thank
now,
you.
let's deal with the urgent matter.
Now, let me direct myself to the serious issue concerning the people of Chekwi. On the 9th September 2021, heavy rains caused a humanitarian crisis in the sub-counties of Kawach and Namalu sub-counties in the Nakapripri district. This involved flooding of the areas and washing away of one of the bridges in Amale. The heavy downpour ravaged the crop gardens, which destroyed the crops, the ready to harvest crops, residential houses were flooded, and people got displaced. Secondly, the bridge in Amale was washed away, and is the only bridge that connects the three districts of Nakapriprit, Amudat, and Nabilatuk to the eastern part of Uganda. Right now, because of crop failure, the people of the three districts rely on the trade traffic between eastern Uganda and Karamoja for livelihoods. The washing away of the bridge has definitely affected the livelihoods of those people. Right now, for them to move to Karamoja from Bale, they have to move an additional 400 kilometers through Soroti, which is quite a distance, and it puts a burden on the transport cost and the distance. In fact, in a desperate move, the locals have erected a makeshift bridge, which is a disaster looming in itself. And we are cautioning them against it. Now, what ought to be done? Immediate provision of a relief bridge by the responsible agency so that the flow of traffic is restored to reconnect the three districts to the eastern part of Uganda. Provision of relief food to save the affected persons from starvation since the crops are unaffected and the harvested food has been destroyed. 3, immediate provision of items for shelter like tarpaulins, etc. for the affected persons. And then lastly, the road contractor on the Muyembe Nakapripri road needs to provide adequate passage for vehicles during rainy periods, because at that time, the traffic there is halted and it has become actually heaven for thieves. And on the 14th of August, 2021, a tourist van was robbed of items and money. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is the Minister of Disaster Preparedness dispatches a team to carry out on-spot assessment of the damage in order to come up with a comprehensive solution to this problem. And then the government docket or agency responsible for the roads and transport carries out an immediate visit to the site to ensure that the cut-off bridge is restored, to restore the traffic along the road. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Works, I always request that the Minister of Works should be here at these times because the matters of rains are affecting many people and roads.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The Minister of Works is going to be linked up with to ensure they go on site immediately.
No. Who is going to link up with them? Because you're using third person something.
Myself, Right Honorable Speaker, the Government Chief Whip, I'm going to do that. And also the Minister for Disaster. And for disaster, Right Honorable, I'm happy to inform colleagues that finance released some emergency funds for us. So the pending issues we've been having, we are going to go into action and we address members' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Procedure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, if you notice and realize most of the issues being raised by members as matters of urgent national importance, either touch on disasters or poor road network. Is it not procedure right for you to direct the Minister of Works, one, to come up with a comprehensive statement on all roads and bridges managed by UNRWA, giving their current state to enable members see how to move, especially in view of the oncoming merger. Two, for disasters, we've had literally disasters every rainy season. And I think places like Mbale, Bugisu generally, Kigezi and the like, get disasters at each oncoming rainy season. Can also order the Minister of Disaster to come up with a comprehensive statement on areas that have been hit by disasters and the action that has been taken and the future program, so that we minimize time on matters of national importance when in actual fact it is largely those two areas.
No, sometimes these matters are not, sometimes they're just for information for the House. That in Chekwi, we have been hit by rain and bridges have collapsed. Sometimes just for information, even if you already have troops on the ground solving the matter, the police need to know what has happened to you. But most importantly, what you have raised on the issue of disaster preparedness and response, that statement we received it last week. And the minister asked the members to help beef up that statement by actuals from their specific areas so that they can expand the response system to cover the new areas that was not within their the statement. And on the issue of roads and bridges, and you raise the issue of merger of institution, UNRWA being one of those being considered. I've just been informed that they are already compiling a statement to deal with the roads and the bridges, the state of those roads and the bridges, so that members get to know. That statement, do you have a timeline for that, Honorable Government Chief Whip? Since you have put yourself on the line, please give us a timeline.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, we are doing it for all ministries. Next week on Wednesday, we shall have that run of works here.
So next week on Wednesday, we'll have a statement from the Minister of Works regarding roads and bridges. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper.
There was a matter from Gulu. I'm so sorry. There's a matter from Gulu. Gulu district, sorry.
Yes, Gulu City.
Gulu City.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Last week, Thursday, we had a crisis in Gulu School of Health Science. We usually refer to it as Gulu Clinical Officers Training School, where police went and tear gas the students. Even when they were so peaceful, they were in their hostel. So they were tear gassed on the 9th. And that prompted me to interact a lot with stakeholders. First, the DPC. And the DPC directed, you talk to the principal. And when I decided to talk also to the RPC also directed, talk to the principal of the school. So on 10th, I went. I also discussed with the permanent secretary. Ask her, do you know about this happening? I am going to Gulu. Should I go and visit the school? She said, please do. She told me she sent a commissioner in charge of higher education. I went on 10th, found that the school was closed. I wanted to interact with the principal, but she was busy in a meeting, a normal meeting, not an urgent meeting. This normal meeting was an appointment committee meeting, where even the chairman, governing council, was chairing. I sat for more than an hour and decided to go and try and understand the meeting. But the chairman, governing council, told me our work as members of parliament is to get report from Ministry of Education in parliament. I even asked him, even when my house was on fire.
Please help us with the urgent matter.
So the urgent matter is, I even interacted with the Minister of State for Higher Education on Saturday. My issue is of urgent importance is the students are on the street. The girls are even more vulnerable because the girls are more vulnerable because they have nowhere to sleep. So they can get easily into problems. At least if these students were at the wrong, that would be understandable. But they were so peaceful. And yesterday, we decided to go as a Choli parliamentary group to the school to try and dialogue with the principal. In our dialogue, the principal said, yes, we have seen that there is no problem, no big problem. The students can sleep in the hostel while they continue with the process of seeing that they come back to school and have the normal lectures. Given the situation of COVID-19, when our children have been suffering very much in education, I wanted first,
Honorable member.
I wanted first,
Honorable member,
to let the.
What do you want us to do? What do you want the minister
This
to
is
do?
my prayer then, that the Committee of Education should take note, and that the Minister of Education should explain to us here why students, 900 students, be sent on the street when they complain about money that they needed each one of them to pay 200,000 for 200,000 for
Honorable members,
sanitizer.
honorable
and
members,
each
honorable
student-
members. I have always guided on urgent matters. The person raised the matter has all the information, does not require information from any member because it's rising on an urgent matter. So I want the honorable member to finish. I have the minister. If it's need that the committee goes to investigate these matters, they'll go and investigate it. I am aware of what has happened and the involvement of members of parliament. I am aware, but I don't want to bring that to the floor here. Please speak. Let the minister speak. If there's need to refer this matter to a committee on education, we'll send the committee there to find out what's going on. That's how we handle business in an orderly way.
Honorable Speaker, my other prayer is that the minister should explain to us why they have taken too long. The people, some of the people, some kind people like Sister Angelina.
No,
who are
but please,
these students.
honorable member, please, you are exhausting my. The issue is students were thrown out of class. You negotiated, they went back. There was a strike. Can you finish and the minister respond? Now, why are we going to the sister? Please, let's be orderly.
Speaker,
If you are done, let me have the minister.
Right, Honorable
explain.
Speaker, why
Yes.
I was explaining is to just tell you to let people know that these students are on the street. They have nowhere to lay their heads.
Thank you.
And they are from far and wide. Those from Kabale, the Kabale people, the Mbarara people.
Honorable
Your
Minister.
students are there.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
You know, the former leader of the opposition, as a situation, the same with the Honorable Cecilia Agual. The Honorable former leader of the opposition was my teacher. So she normally tries to begin teaching me here also. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank my sister for raising this matter and for the love he has for the children of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, what is true is that the college, Guru College of Health Sciences, has been closed. My officers have traveled to Guru, they are on ground. They are doing everything possible together with the governing council and the leadership of the area. They are doing everything possible to put order in this system so that we can have the school to reopen. But probably, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to share with you that the problem that is unrest started in June 2021. That's when the unrest started at the college, with the students protesting an increase in fees. They also alleged that the college had inadequate teaching staff as well as poor feeding. The management of the institution, in collaboration with my ministry, started looking into and investigating the allegations when schools were closed as part of the second lockdown. During the lockdown, the principal, Madam Grace Aninge, passed away, and subsequently my ministry deployed a new principal and a deputy principal. Unfortunately, when the health training institutions were allowed to reopen in mid-August this year, the students returned to their unrest, boycotting going for classes. My ministry immediately dispatched an officer to establish the facts on the ground. The officer listened to the students and appealed to them to return to class as the ministry addresses their grievances. The students did not accept. They continued with their strike. Therefore, on the 9th December, after all efforts had failed to calm down,
9th which month?
September 2021, after all students had failed, all efforts had failed to calm down the students, at the request of the governing council, my ministry closed the college. The ministry is working with the resident city commissioner, Gulu, the district police commander. They worked hard and to enforce the closure. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, on Monday, 13th September 2021, the leaders from that region stormed the college and they claimed to have reopened the college, called back at the students.
Honorable member, you have accessed the microphone before, so I've allowed you. Please sit. Honorable Minister.
They forced they called back at the students. They came along with some students. The minister was very disturbed by this unfortunate incident that was not amount to a sapping of our mandate. The purpose of what why I'm saying this, right, Honorable Speaker, is to inform you that the Gulu College of Health Science is closed. My ministry is on the ground in Gulu, working with all the stakeholders to ensure a smooth resolution to this problem. I submit, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Point of, now it's clarification. What happened to the order?
Yeah, point of order, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter on table.
Honorable members,
is very crucial.
I have a situation I need to resolve. Our guest, the president of Rotary International, has to be have a meeting at 4 with HE, the president, our president. And there's a motion which he needs to listen to. So can I call this motion, we debate it, then we come back to this issue, which seems to be taking a discussable. Let's pause this here, Honorable Minister. These clarifications will be raised, but now let's go to the next item. We finish with the motion, then we come back to this. Thank you.
Motion for a resolution of Parliament to commend the work of Rotary International in Uganda.
Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This motion is moved under Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure. Whereas Rotary International is a worldwide organization of business, professional, and community leaders who provide humanitarian service, encourage high ethical standards in all vocations, and help build goodwill and peace in the world through the following 7 areas of focus. 1, maternal and child health. 2, disease prevention and treatment. 3, water, sanitation and hygiene. 4, economic and community development. 5, basic education and literacy. 6, peace and conflict prevention. 7, protecting the environment. And aware that since 1957, when the first club, the Rotary Club of Kampala, was chartered by Rotary International, now boasts of 142 Rotary clubs and 198 Rotaract clubs with a membership of over 4,000 Rotarians and 3,000 Rotaractors spread in all regions of the country. Recognizing that Rotary clubs in Uganda have over the years taken action and proposed solutions to problems faced by our communities. For example, in the last 5 years, Rotary clubs have, in collaboration with a wide range of partners, undertaken transformative projects across the country, totaling approximately 80 billion, which include support for regular immunization drives, provision of life-saving equipment, birth kits, support pregnant and postpartum women and children under age 5, renovation of maternity and children's wards, and advocacy for safe motherhood programs and training of healthcare workers in different parts of the country. The construction, rehabilitation, and equipping of health facilities such as the St. Teresa Eco Hospital in Amuru District, the Rotary Hospital in Mukono District, constructed at an estimated cost of 2 billion, the rehabilitation of the theater and maternity ward at Fred Angora Hospital in Kumi District, the construction and establishment of a 36-bed cancer treatment center at Nsambia Hospital at a cost of 2 billion, construction and equipping of the Mengo Hospital Rotary Blood Bank at a tune of 1.3 billion, and the provision of equipment for hemodialysis center at Mengo Hospital worth 300 million. See the eradication, treatment, and prevention of life-threatening communicable and non-communicable diseases such as polio, malaria, HIV/AIDS, and cancer through awareness campaigns, regular blood donation drives, and health camps. The mobilization of resources to deal with health emergencies, as well as the acquisition of vital medical equipment, including the mobilization of 2.6 billion out of required 18 billion for the acquisition of 2 state-of-the-art linear accelerators and construction of 2 cancer radiotherapy bunkers at Uganda Cancer Institute, the mobilization of USD 272,500 US dollars to support Uganda Heart Institute's project on rheumatic heart disease, surgical transmissions, and heart surgeries on over 350 children. In 2020, Rotary joined efforts to fight COVID-19 in Uganda and donated 1.2 billion in the form of hand washing equipment, PPE, food stuff, and other supplies to government and communities around the country. Support for projects aimed at improving access to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene include the installation of pipe water systems, boreholes, and other water points in communities, and water, sanitation, and hygiene wash facilities in schools and health centers, promotion of livelihoods and household incomes through the establishment of loan schemes, skills training, provision of agriculture inputs and appropriate technology, introduction of modern farming practices, enterprise development, and apprenticeships. Appreciating that this outstanding contribution of Rotary to the social and economic transformation of Uganda has earned Uganda a special visit by Rotarian Sheikha Meta, the president of Rotary International, and his dear wife. Now, therefore, be resolved as follows. 1, Parliament commends Rotary International, Rotary clubs, and Rotary clubs in Uganda for the outstanding achievements in all the 7 Rotary areas of focus. 2, Parliament appreciates the Rotary International President, Rotarian Sheikha Meta, and his dear wife for honoring Uganda with this special visit. And 3, Parliament pays tribute, glowing tributes, to its one of its own, the Right Honorable Jacob Olanyo, the Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, for his selfless service and contribution to the Rotary Foundation, earning him the prestigious title of Major Donor Level 2. Colleagues, I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the honorable member for Kwale District. Is seconded by the whole House of Parliament, the Honorable Bahati, the Honorable member for Luero District, the Honorable member for Chekwi County. Would you, we don't have, can you, in a short time, because we need a short debate on this, justify your motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a special visit that involves various activities, such as the inauguration of the Board of Trustees for Owori Rotary Vijana Power Village, Empower Girls Initiative, and the groundbreaking for the construction of the linear accelerator bank at Nsambia Hospital, the launch of the maternal and child health program, and visiting the Rotary Mengo Hospital Blood Bank, among others. Right Honorable Speaker, Rotary activities have been in existence for all this time I've talked about, and indeed we've contributed as Rotarians in this country over 80 billion in terms of the projects, which I listed much earlier. But Right Honorable Speaker, I must put it here on record that this Parliament has been supporting activities of Rotary and billions have been raised by members to contribute during the Rotary Cancer Run. And colleagues, I'm happy to inform you that the district governor, Mr. Magezi Ndamira, has today recognized the role of parliament in contributing to Rotary activities. So colleagues, what you've heard, whatever has been done, the only thing I can request, let each one of us be a Rotarian. That's the only place you reach and you'll find there is no politics, there is no division, it's all about humanity. Rotary has been supporting some of activities in your own constituencies and you're not Rotarians, you know? So let's join hands. We agree that each one of us, we are going to go, we become Rotarians, we recruit Rotarians. You don't need to give much, whatever small, it will help. With that, right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Second of the motion, the Honorable Judith Alier, all districts. Briefly.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion of commending Rotary International for the great work that they have done in Uganda. I stand here, Right Honorable Speaker, to testify to this Parliament and the whole world about the greatness of Rotary International. We are very grateful for the visit of the Rotary International President 2021-2022, Rotarian Sheikh Ameta and his dear wife, First Lady Rashi, to Uganda and your team to this Parliament. I'm a Rotarian. I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Lira Metropolitan Information. I'm Judith Aliek. I'm a member of Parliament from Kole District. I stand here to commend the good works of Rotary to humanity around the world and most particularly in Uganda. Most of us in this House, Right Honorable Speaker, are aware the North suffered for 21 years of war. The first humanitarian service that came and supported our people in the internally displaced people's camps was Rotary. Rotary provided clean water in the in the IDP camps, in Aloi, Barlonyo, and in some parts of Acholi. They provided water, sanitation, and hygiene projects in the sub-counties of like Aber, Minakula, and many others in Uyam and other places. The total project by that time costed about $500,000 US. This was the contribution that Rotary International gave to Northern Uganda. Not only that, Right Honorable Speaker, keeping girls at school project, like in Kakira Primary School in Aleptong District. This one happened. And then procuring of ambulance for like Christina Health Center 4 in Otuke District, where Rotarian Honorable Achon is the mentor. This one costed about $15,000. That was donated from Washington State. Right Honorable Speaker, even free medical camps where many of our people get free medical services, free eye care treatment and counseling services were all given by Rotary. Right Honorable Speaker. Rotary went ahead and established Jaipur limb workshops to rehabilitate people's limbs. This was given free of charge in Kuluva Health Center hospital in Arua. In Lira, the same workshop was constructed. In Bukoba in Tanzania was constructed. Right Honorable Speaker, many communities in Acholi, in Lango, and in Uganda at large can stand and testify to this Parliament and to the whole world the good works that Rotary International has done through the Rotary Foundation. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore appeal to these honorable colleagues to stand up and support Rotary International by first joining and becoming members of maybe a local club in their constituencies or their areas of residence or even their areas of work. Right Honorable Speaker. Secondly, giving financial support, because when you're a member, you have to contribute. Like when you contribute $1,000, you become Paul Harris Fellow. You see, you're already a golden member, Right Honorable Speaker. We thank you for your contribution and being a permanent member of Rotary. So what we give cannot be measured from what we get in return for the different projects that we do in our districts. We have District 9213 and District 9214. Right Honorable Speaker, let's have many active clubs in different parts of this country. I would like to say that about 85% of our clubs in Uganda are within Kampala and neighboring districts, and very few, if at all, are in the north. Can we support, can we guide and help to charter as many clubs as possible in the new cities of like Lira, Gulu, Arua, and Soroti, and so on? As Parliament, we share in the Rotary International vision of doing good in the world through service above self, while we exercise the four-way test. First, is it the truth? Secondly, is it fair to all concerned? Number three, will it build goodwill and better friendship? Number four, will it be beneficial to all concerned? Right Honorable Speaker, to add on what the government chief whip presented, Rotary International even contributed to the establishment of a modern blood bank at Mengo Hospital and Peace Center at Makerere University, among so many uncounted achievements of Rotary in our districts, in our regions, country, and even Africa. Additionally, we are all in Parliament because we want to give quality humanitarian service to our constituencies. If we all could join Rotary and become Rotarians, then we could serve our people better. Rotary is an international service organization of professional and business people who have come together to discuss pertinent problems affecting them and then charting solutions to those problems by pooling their resources together. So, members, let us go back. Join our local clubs today. For those who have been attending fellowship and different Rotary trainings, I hereby request that the Rotary International President inducts them officially. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for seconding the motion. Honorable Members, the question that I propose for your debate is that the motion for resolution of Parliament to commend the work of Rotary International in Uganda be adopted. That is the motion for the debate, and the debate starts now. And I know all of us want to speak. It's even sufficient to just say, I second the motion, because the president has to go and meet. Yes, because the president has to go and meet the president at 4. So if we can finish by, it's part of a big problem now, because they need about 15 minutes to go to Nakasero with the security clearance. So we will have a debate of about 10 minutes on the unfortunately. So even if you just rise to confirm that you support the motion, that would be sufficient. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, you support the motion. Okay. Let's have a very limited debate, and I'll start from the honorable member. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Shati Mushere, and I represent the people of Maogola North in Sembabule District. This is my maiden speech, so I ask that you bear with me for a few minutes just to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to the people of Maogola North for believing in me to represent their aspirations, and to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your great leadership and assumption to this office. Allow me to recognize and salute the 2021-22 Rotary International President, Mr. Shekhar Mehta, and his wife, Rasheen, the Rotary District Governors, Mr. Yan Kimaro and Mr. John Magezi from Tanzania and Uganda, respectively, and all other Rotarians present. It is with utmost humility that I add my voice of appreciation to the previous speakers to recognize and commend the great work of Rotary Club, especially in responding to the impact of global COVID-19 crisis. I recognize the work of Rotary and especially Woodbury Rotary Club of Minnesota, where I was a member in the United States. And this club supported the women of Ntungamo with $10,400 US to help with the heifer project. And so I commend them for that work. Right Honorable Speaker, you tasked us recently to think about the Uganda we want and about the kind of country we want. One of the ideals of Rotary Uganda, of Rotary all over the world, is service before self. If we remember this attribute, it will go a long way in guiding as we think about our country and what we want. Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion that a resolution for Parliament be made to commend the work of Rotary International Uganda. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, Honorable.
All right, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Nduwana Christine, representing Bukomansimbi North constituency. I welcome our dear Rotary President, and I'm a Rotarian, Bunga Rotary Club, and I'm the Director Service Projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, because we don't have enough time, I would like to say much about Rotary, but I just invite my colleagues to join Rotary according to whatever they have been mentioning. We have very many projects in our communities which we are serving under Rotary. And just know that for us as the members of Parliament, we are supposed to give back to the community. Now in Bukomansimbi district, we have water projects which is running. They are drilling boreholes and connecting tap water, but it's all done under Rotary Club. Rotary is not political, but even if you're a politician and you are under Rotary, people in the community will realize that you have given them the activity. So kindly join Rotary. You are going to benefit a lot, and people in the community are going to appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm not marketing, but just give back to the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much, President. My name is Betty Ethonalima, PHF, from the Rotary Club of Weyoge and Namboli. On a special note, also I joined Parliament to welcome our Rotary International President to Uganda. I also second the motion. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it's high time as we consider the different activities we do as a country and as Rotary International to request government of the Republic of Uganda, because many of our activities are hindered. And you'll find that presidents at this time, much as they convene meetings, but meetings being online, again, they have some gaps. So at least, and recall that many of our meetings take place in the evening after 7, and somehow they are now limited that we are unable to meet. So I request through you, Speaker, let's have at least Rotarians, let government consider Rotarians as essential people, and at least let the executives meet at such that the Rotary work in the country and under the worldwide, such that they are able to get on. Because as Rotarians meet physically, there are several activities and there are several projects that are aiding each and every person under community work that have got to be helped. So I beg that we consider, or government considers, extending so that a few times so that Rotarians are able to meet and help someone. I beg to submit.
Nora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion and to commend the work of the Rotary Club International for the service that they have rendered, especially to our country, and also to commend the spirit of voluntarism that they serve with and the values of Rotary. Mr. Speaker, the president seated in a special place in the gallery, I'm afraid to call it the strangers gallery because there is a president in there, was quoted at his speech, Mr. Mehta, when he took over the president. He said, Rotary kindled the spark within me to look beyond myself and embrace humanity. I adopted the guiding principle that service is the rent I pay for the space I occupy on this earth, and I want to be a good tenant of this earth. Mr. Speaker, as the 11th Parliament, at the end of the 11th Parliament, we need to choose whether we shall be good tenants of this country we call Uganda or bad tenants. Together we can be good tenants if we work together to uplift the lives of the 39% of the population that live in subsistence economy and the 21% that live in poverty. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Toro District.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join all those that have spoken to second this motion. As a past president of the Rotary Club of Bukoto, RI President and your dear wife, I join colleagues to welcome you to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Right Honorable Speaker, Rotary, as said, is a voluntary association of people that come together to serve humanity. And Rotary has done a lot in different parts of the world. Much has been said, but let us note that Rotary is guided by principles, values, and the most important of these is integrity. You must be somebody who is honest if you are to be a good Rotarian. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that Rotary has done a lot in health, specifically what we keep, or most people don't know, is the polio eradication program that I want to talk about. Right Honorable Speaker, the journey started in 1979 in Philippines when the then RI president, together with the Minister of Health, decided to have a program to eradicate polio in the Philippines. And from then, in 1985, Rotary flagged off the campaign to eradicate polio from the globe as one of its core activities that it was to undertake. Rotary International became one of the founders of the global initiative to eradicate polio from the globe. And today we are glad that we have almost eradicated polio from the globe. And this is as a result of the various fundraising efforts of the Rotarians, joined by other good people, good companies that joined in this effort. Right Honorable Speaker, in the interest of time, I want to appreciate Rotary for also starting the Peace Center that has been talked about. This is a postgraduate certificate at Makerere University. You all know that we are living in a world where peace is quite important. And we cannot develop as a country, we cannot develop as a community without peace. So this initiative in focusing on peace and educating various leaders, equipping them with the knowledge and skills and the various conflict resolution skills is an important step in ensuring that we have a peaceful world where we can all live and evolve. In the interest of time, I want to end there. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, colleagues, Rotarians, and all those that are not Rotarians that have supported this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I had desired that this motion would be adopted in the presence of the president. But now that the time is running out, we'll continue with the debate for a short while. And the president can leave to go and meet the president at the time they feel the time is right. Because the rest of the delegation will remain. It's only the president and a few people who go to meet the president. So we'll adopt this motion in your absence. My desire was that we adopt it in your presence, but that's not going to be possible now. So we will continue the debate for a short time. The speaker is speaking. Usually members sit down when the speaker is speaking. And let me now go. So thank you. And I have Gomba, then I have Terego, and then move this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I second the motion. I rise to second the motion. And I would like to warmly welcome the president of Rotary International and his dear wife to Uganda. Welcome. I would also like to commend the Rotary movement worldwide and in Uganda. The provision of essential services, essential humanitarian services like water, health facilities, equipment and drugs, education, protection of widows and orphans, hygiene campaigns, networking at national, regional, and international level. The fellowship brings about a Rotary family that knows no political, religious, ethnic, racial, or gender bounds, for which we are proud of you. A disciplined oneness to advance goodwill and peace. I commend their generosity and big hearts, service above self, and ask that we spread it to our constituencies. Long live Rotary International. I second the motion, Honorable Speaker, so I submit.
Thank you very much, President. If the time you leave, I wish you a very good stay in Uganda. And my prayer is, and I hope, I know that your visit to Uganda will change the face of Rotary in this country. Again, welcome. And if you need now to go, you will go and meet the president. We'll continue in your absence. There you go. Kabula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. For record purpose, I'm Rose Zobiga, Woman Member of Parliament for Terego District. Mr. Speaker, I joined the House in commending Rotary Club. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about Kuluva Hospital, the number of people who have been operated with eye defects is enormous. And this has been through the Rotary Club. You find so many experts coming in the country and going direct to serve the most rural. It's indeed service above self. They have done a lot of work in a rural hospital, especially when it comes to maternity ward, when it comes to the children ward, when it comes to cleaning up a rural city and collecting garbage and many others. Mr. Speaker, sir, with the rest, I join to congratulate and thank Rotary Club. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. I raised to support the motion on grounds that for the last 3 years, the Rotary Club of Yantonde was chartered. They have managed to touch and support the communities. They built 4 VIP latrines in one of the 4 sub-counties in my constituency. They planted trees in 2 of the parishes within our constituency. They provided energy-saving stoves, to the communities. They conducted family health days in 2 of my sub-counties. And of recent, they held a cancer screening session within the constituency. Based on that, your Honorable Speaker, I was standing to support the motion because of the activities that have been within our constituents the last 3 years because of the Rotarians within our constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise to second the motion. There is a verse in the Bible that says, when I was naked, you clothed me. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was in prison, you visited me. So Rotary clubs have come to answer the call by God to love your neighbor as you love yourselves. So I want to commend them. And secondly, they have always been there to fill the gaps where government has been absent. We already thank you so much for your great work. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nakawa East.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am a direct beneficiary of Rotary International. When I got an accident about 20 years ago, I lost hope because I lost my leg. I am donned with an artificial limb, but my first artificial limb was donated to me by Rotary International. I am able to favorably compete with the so-called normal people because of that leg. And therefore, I want to commend and support Rotary International. We appreciate. I submit.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Dr. Batua Timothy Lusala, Member of Parliament, Ginger West, and the Shadow Minister of Health. I rise to second the motion, and most importantly, to share with you the fact that Uganda is the third most malaria-burdened country in the whole world. Rotary International has done a lot. It has come up with the Rotarian malaria partners who are doing a lot to fight malaria. They've stood up against malaria. Right Honorable Speaker, I do sit also in the forum, the Parliamentary Forum on Malaria, where I am as the interim chair. And in one of those meetings, we were informed at the time COVID had killed 1,000 Ugandans, but for the same period of time, malaria had killed 5,000 Ugandans. So for Rotary to come up against malaria is a very noble thing. We associate with it, I second it. And I thank the Honorable Tayegwa, who came up with that motion from the government side. And I know that they are challenged, most especially on the health sector. So many things are not going on well. So when these people come in to help, we really second, and I stand to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lady there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Nachimuli Helen is my name, Kalangala, woman representative. I also rise to support the motion, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Rotary Uganda or Rotary International has really been good to us, we the islanders, especially those in Kalangala district that I'm very well versed with. The Sese Kampala Rotary Club and Kalangala Rotary Club have really done us good. Sese Kalangala has given us, they have constructed a health center in Boisadaje, in Bufumira sub-county. They have constructed a primary school. Right Honorable Speaker, these islands are very far from the health facilities provided by government and different services from government because they are dispersed in different areas. They have also done medical outreaches, and I'm sure they're still doing so. They have as well given us drugs. And I'm also very sure they're going to do so in Bokassa Health Center 4, because the government is still relaxed about providing equipment in one of the
they're still relaxed. I don't know if they're relaxed or sleeping about giving us materials in one of the health center falls. Like I said before, we make referrals from one health center to another health center for not to a hospital. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Yes, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Waiga Michael Ulume is my name. I stand to second the motion. First of all, apart from everything that Rotary has done to this country and to the world over, there are certain values that they have instilled in the populations that they have been working with. I'm one of the persons that have been working very closely with Rotary. And one of the values that they talk about is whether in everything that we do, whether it is the truth, whether it is fair to all concerned, whether it will build good relations to all persons concerned. Those values have been instilled in the populations that have been working closely with Rotary. At times, many people think that to be a Rotarian, you need to be a rich person. Far from it. You just need to be a person with a big heart, with a heart that gives, that is willing to help. That is how they have won the respect of all persons in the world, of the people who may not be earning a lot, but they are willing to give something to help another person to have a better life. In Muikwe district, in Muikwe South in particular, they have assisted our populations to get water, especially in the schools, far to rich areas. They have assisted us get medicines and gather doctors, nurses, all professionals to come around and give help in hard to reach areas, and they reach them with health facilities, cancer screening, etc. They have donated machines, x-rays, operation tables in the health sector, and so on. Right, Honorable Speaker? It is this generosity that is exhibited by Rotary International that we need to cherish, and indeed I support the motion, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is that Ginger? Okay, yes, please.
I'm Joyce Sachan.
Ah, okay. The mask, you know.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to second the motion on the ground that Rotary Club has done a lot for people with disabilities. I represent people with disabilities in the whole Uganda. And Rotary Club always put advocacy to better the life of people with disabilities on top of their agenda. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House that the Rotary Club of Uganda has partnered with Katalema to manufacture wheelchairs, and they always donate this wheelchair for free. I therefore second the motion.
Thank you very much. Is that a rule?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Komakesh Christopher, Aro County Member of Parliament. I rise to support the motion moved by Honorable Tayewa on behalf of the speechless. 76% of the population in Uganda are youth and young children. At that time, if you have ever been a youth, or which you have, emotions are high, dreams are unexpected. Youth get lost in addiction, alcohol, heroin, and cocaine. And what Rotary has done is to organize this youth into a club known as Interact. Honorable members, Interact Club play a great role in this nation. I was a president, in quotes. Many youths have become presidents. The title of having president alone embedded upon you gives you dream to become a leader tomorrow. Maybe I'm standing here because once I was a leader in the Interact Club of Zia Senior Secondary School. I want to recommend Rotary International for coming at a time when youth need help and maybe only schools could. Right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Arua Central.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Atima Jackson, Central Division, Arua City. I rise to support this motion, Right Honorable Speaker. I welcome the President of the Rotary Club International and his better half and his directors to Uganda. I ask colleagues of this house to join Rotary Club as it is a very prestigious club. Right Honorable Speaker, I support this motion because I was a beneficiary and I'm still a beneficiary of Rotary activities in West Nile region. Kuluva Hospital, which was talked about, when supplies came to that hospital, I was the hospital administrator. We established incubation center for premature children in Kuluva Hospital by Rotary Club, Arua Hospital, Maracha Hospital, and this was done by Rotary International. Medical equipments were supplied in the region by Rotary Club. Wheelchairs for disabled people was supplied by Rotary Club. School feeding program was supported by Rotary Club. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say Rotary Club is worth club to be supported. I move to support this motion. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Yes, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Faith Philo Kunhira, woman member of Parliament. Member of Parliament for the District of Chenjojo, and I rise to support this motion like all my other colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to appreciate the great work that Rotary has done towards children. In my years of service to my community, Rotary was able to support 2 children. One of them was butchered by his relatives due to land, and this young girl was taken to the USA by the Rotary Club of Kampala East here, and she received corrective surgery, which was a very, very intense surgery for her life. I rise again to support Rotary International for a young boy at the age of 6 years old who was burnt by his relatives due to food, stealing food. At 6 years old, this young boy was walking on his fours, and Rotary International was able to again take this young boy to the USA, and he received corrective surgery. Today, he's in senior 3 and walking very well and walking straight. I rise as a Rotarian myself, as a former president and as a PHF member, to say Rotary is one of the best places for anybody to belong, and encourage my colleagues to join Rotary. And I would like to say, I give you all Rotary in this house, and we always say Rotary world over.
Thank you. Kayunga.
I thank you, Right Honorable, for this opportunity to contribute to the matter on the floor. Right Honorable, I join the rest of the colleagues to support the motion because each and every one of us here has a reason to support, to commend for the reasons well elaborated by each and every one of us. And for me, one of them is that I had 2 patients in Kayunga. They were little children and they needed to be operated because they had heart complications. And that was done by Rotary, the Rotary Club.
Order, Right Honorable. Right Honorable. I therefore want to make a proposal. Right Honorable, I've put on the mask, so. Right Honorable, I want to make a proposal therefore.
Don't put on record what is not on record. Proceed.
Right Honorable, I just wanted to make a proposal that each and every one of us at least contributes 200,000 out of our next month's emoluments as a way of showing that we really appreciate what Rotary Club is doing for this country and especially for our communities. Because if Rotary has not impacted on you as a person, then as a community, you have benefited in one way or another. 200,000 shillings is very small to raise this alarm that I'm seeing here. So, honorable members, we just can't support. Let us act and contribute the least, which is 200,000 out of our next month's emoluments. Right Honorable, I beg to propose and I beg to submit.
Thank you. Agago. Chibuku.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. Mr. Speaker, the act of giving, the act of helping people, it is a divine activities. It touches both the body, the soul, and the spirit. Mr. Speaker, when you see and reflect on the mandate and the principles of the Rotary Club, Mr. Speaker, almost 80% of Ugandans members of parliament, they play that role. The constituencies and the way member of parliament always help the needy. Qualify almost every member of parliament to be Rotarian. It's just a matter of normalizing, so member of parliament should become a lifespan members of Rotary Club. Mr. Speaker, the spirit the Rotary Club is holding, it is a concept behind. The concept is not only giving. The concept is just spiritual. The concept of the truth. The concept of being fair. The concept of reflecting of all what you do that always go well with the human, with the environment. Mr. Speaker, some few minutes ago, we have been talking and we said all what we do should be above self. The woman MP of Gulu City brought a matter which was very important for this country. The young people, given all the fairness of the education which is crumbling, is moving in a very poor state because of COVID-19. But the act which is taking place to the extent that those students are being denied their education, it is almost far and very far from the spirit of Rotary Club. Mr. Speaker, I call for all the people who are responsible to face this kind of truth and to carry the integrity so that we care, and we care for this young one in Gulu School of Health Sciences who are loitering and they're moving on the street without anywhere to go and sleep. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion, but above all, to rescue those students. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I rise to join colleagues to support the motion moved by Honorable Taiwa. Right Honorable, last term, when I served as Minister of State for Local Government, I moved around throughout the country, at times at the invitation of colleagues, to commission projects, health facilities, water projects contributed by Rotary. And I want to salute them. But also, Chibuku as a constituency, we benefited from Rotary when they gave us 100 wheelchairs. It's a sign of kindness and love to humankind, but also a sign of patriotism. And I want to encourage all of us. I know we are providing a service, like my colleague mentioned that we are Rotarians in one way or another, but I want to encourage all of us to join the Rotary clubs wherever we are, so that we can continue supporting our people. In water, we say even a drop counts. So whatever contribution we make will make an impact on some individual. I thank you, and I want to salute all the Rotarians within Uganda and outside Uganda. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Irad Kibale.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm Babas Jennifer Chomhendo, the Member of Parliament for Kagadi District.
Which one?
Kagadi District.
Kagadi.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm happy to be a Rotarian. I belong to Bukoto Rotary Fellowship. And I want to tell you members, Rotary is about humanitarian. It's about giving and serving. All of us here, we've been Rotarians in our own capacities. Whether you're Rotarian by affiliation, but as a member of Parliament, I'm sure each of us has been a Rotarian in his or her own capacity. Rotary being a responding system to the human need, I'm very grateful to be part of it. Kagadi District was able, or I had two of my people in Kagadi who were operated on their hearts and under Rotary Fellowship. I'm very glad that Rotary, I belong to Rotary Club. As a member of Bukoto Fellowship, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Bukoto Fellowship has a signature project in a district called Gomba, and this project is in a village called Kaptemba. We have completely transformed this village. We have put up a school and all the facilities that are required for that school. This school has helped so many people, the community and the children who are walking 8 kilometers to reach the nearest school. And this was very dangerous, especially for the girl child, where they risked being sexually abused on their way. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the interventions that create holistic and positive impact on the communities, like education, economic empowerment, creation of food security, provision of basic health services, accessibility of clean and safe water, and proper sanitation facilities as a result of Rotarians make me very humbled. Members, I want to tell you that Rotary is a brotherhood. Wherever you go, whether you are out of the country, you don't need to say much, just say I'm a Rotarian. You'll be welcomed in that fellowship. I therefore commend all members to come and share these 4 values: peace and invite you to embrace this Rotary. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we should be drawing to a close pretty soon. Can I have, honorable members, can we limit the time we spend on this matter now? So that, should I give a time, 2 minutes? 2 minutes, 1 minute? Let's do 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
I'll start with the honorable lady, then I come to Bulamoji, then I come to Kapchorwa. Honorable Ngompek, you have just stood up now, please. No, I've not seen you standing. Then I cover this area. Thank you.
Thank
Please,
you very much,
2 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker. I am Hope Grania Nakaziwe, District Woman Representative, Mowende District. I would also like to join the honorable members who have commended the work of Rotary International and in Uganda. I want to thank the Honorable Government Chief Whip for bringing about this motion and welcome the President of Rotary International and his dear wife to Uganda. Rotary International and Rotary Uganda has done commendable piece of work, especially when it gets to protecting our.
Your 2 minutes might be up.
Not yet, sir.
No,
Thank
no.
you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Wira Son of Deva, MP Bulamot County, Kaliro District. I stand
So there was a problem
I
with the
stand to
microphone?
support the motion on one ground that Rotary came to Kaliro District in my constituency at a time when we had lost hope to get good services as far as health services were concerned. They have allocated to build a modern maternity ward at Umanya Health Center 4. This is an issue, a service that cannot be forgotten and go away when it has not been appreciated. Therefore, I stand to support the motion. I want to urge government to continue protecting the Rotarians. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Kapchorwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the mover of the motion. Thank you. I want to support it. Kapchorwa or Sebe in general, I've not had those services you have talked about, but I would like to take this opportunity. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Rotary Club to Kapchorwa District and to Sebe region as a whole. I want to concur with the Honorable Nantaba for the 200,000. I want to be the first, so that the next thing which will follow are the activities which you will bring to my district. You are most welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Kibanda, Honorable
Thank
Ngompek.
you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Linus Ngompek, Chivanda North. I have been a beneficiary of lottery, Kampala East. In my constituency, they have a project at Silver Village in Buyeli Town Council, health camps, helping schools and school-going children. I also benefited by getting deworming tablets on 2 occasions. We used to have issues with worms, but now I think I'm okay, just because of Rotary intervention. Therefore, I stand to second the motion and urge members to join Rotary Kampala South. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Chiaga Hilary Innocent, Member of Parliament, Mawokota North. Right Honorable Speaker, I represent an area that has an island called Buyiga Island. Some of us who represent people in the island think these people have clean water or because they live next to water. Rotary Club came and rescued these people who were suffering from water-related diseases and gave us over 10 boreholes. So I rise, Right Honorable Speaker, to support the motion because they have done a good service to my constituents. Back to submit.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, for record, I am Salongo Kakembo Mikairi Mwatekama, the Member of Parliament for Entebbe Municipality. Right Honorable Speaker, I am standing here to thank Honorable colleague Thomas for this motion and to support the motion on behalf of the people of Entebbe. Those who have benefited from the good work of these ladies and the gentlemen who have decided to serve beyond self. Those who have benefited and those yet to benefit from the services. We have seen Rotary International in Entebbe fighting to reduce accident by painting quite a number of zebra crossings and the traffic signs in Entebbe. In Entebbe Grade B Hospital, which is now a regional referral hospital, we have seen Rotary International coming up to provide a generator that is supplying electricity, light in Grade B Hospital, and a very big water tank to provide us with the clean water in the hospital. And quite very many schools have benefited in the activities of Rotary International. Therefore, on behalf of my people of Entebbe Municipality, those who are benefiting and yet to benefit, it will be very unfair if I don't stand here to thank these ladies and gentlemen who have sacrificed whatever they have to serve beyond self these people and our people of Uganda. And I support this motion, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sechans Bernard Chiria, representing the people of Budievo County from a vulnerable district called Nakasongola, because it is in central, but it's as if it is in extreme end of the country because of what is taking place right now, the floods, people are landless. But I want to thank the Rotary International because they came in my own sub-county where they renovated one of the government health centers, 3 called Nakayonza. Even they drilled a borehole where I gave a hand by extending the water from the borehole to the health center. Therefore, I stand to support the motion. Thank you very much, the mover.
Thank you very much. Honorable, yes. We should be drawing to a close now, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Chwanko Abdallah, Mkono North, the Shadow Internal Affairs Minister. I'm in support of the motion and I applaud all the activities so far done by Rotary in areas of health, water, and sanitary. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I also call upon Rotary to embrace one of the areas which is within their mandate and objectives, which is peace and conflict resolution, which has not yet been highly done or reflected within their activities, especially at this very time when activities to do with NGOs in this country, the government is committed to twist their operations as per today's daily monitor. So all in all, I applaud and support this motion with a call to do more on issues to do with peace and conflict resolution in areas to do with police, army, in relation with the public.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Mwaniga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to join others to support the motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, me, I've never been a member of the Rotary. But from the testimonies I've had here, I'm ready to be recruited. And I beg to submit.
Can we have more of those like similar to the one of Honorable Bwanika? Navalatuk?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion on the reason that I'm requesting that at least Rotary Club could extend the services to Karamoja region, because we have never benefited from all these good stories people are talking about here in Parliament. So I am ready to join the club of the Rotary Club to become a member so that my community and Karamoja as large will benefit out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I want more of those. Gulu?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to join Rotary Club in the 8th Parliament because Rotary Club came and I had some areas, very difficult areas in my district. Then the whole of West actually, and so they brought for me boreholes, which I took one to a place called in Lakwana called Abura Monya, and one in Palaro called Bontiet. I was so happy with them. Then I tried. They told me, you be a visitor in the club for consecutive time, but the work of our parliament cannot allow us. In Gulu, it was Thursday, but Thursday, I am supposed to be here in parliament. So I visited about once and fell out. I visited the second time, it could not be consecutive. So I wish Rotary Club could be a little bit flexible. For members to join, we would love to join because we know that service above self is very important, and this is what we offer always. Thank you.
There are clubs all around the country. Join anywhere you likely stay. For example, in Kampala. So that Monday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you are within here. Then the Gulu people can wait because the clubs are networked. Okay. Yes, Honorable. And we should be closing.
Right Honorable Speaker, for the sake of record, by the names Nakato Mary Annette, representing people from Buyende District as a woman member of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to second the motion that we pass it to support the Rotarians. But like I come from Buyende District, I've been seeing a few charitable concerns, but being channeled through Ginger. Like we have the president within the house, I'm requesting that Buyende is one of the districts that is meant to benefit from Rotary activities. And I beg that I'm ready to join them on condition that they will also support me. Thank you.
Rotary is voluntary. Honorable members, the innovations because of the difficulties we are facing with this COVID-19, I am advised that the Honorable Auma Helen of Busia District is on Zoom. Can you make your contribution? Is that possible through the Honorable Auma? Helen, Busia District, is that possible? Please proceed. The connection is not possible?
Hello. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Auma, Helen Wandera are my names. I'm so glad for this opportunity. I'm not a member of Rotary. According to what my honorable members have spoken, I'm here to join Rotary. Secondly, leave alone whatever they have spoken. As Rotary, also members will benefit. As we members also benefit. We get to wait to have opportunity. We get to wait.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Order.
If these systems could work better, we'll have more coverage of members who are. Yes, UPDF representative. That will be the last from the floor. Then I have the leader of opposition, leader of government business, and then we close. We need to close now.
I
Yes.
am Colonel Charity Bainavabu. I rise to commend the good acts of humanity that have been provided by Rotary International. Just like all other members have appreciated them, we seem to be repeating what we have already said. I beg to move that we close the debate.
Honorable members, the motion is closure of debate. And each time that motion is moved, and in the opinion of the speaker, there is concurrence with the mover of the motion, he is under obligation to put the question to that motion. Honorable members, I'll now put the question to the motion that the question be put. Will those in favor say aye? To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question. The motion for resolution of Parliament to commend the work of Rotary International in Uganda be approved, be adopted. Will those in favor say aye? To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Charity, for dealing with the situation properly. Thank you. And can we now, we were on the issue of Gulu. The minister is still here. Can we, it's not much debate. It's not a debatable matter at this stage. The matter has been raised as an urgent matter. We can give information and seek clarification. Very, very briefly, that we go to the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank Honorable Olbetu Chan for raising very important issues going on right now in Gulu College of Health Science. We call it clinical schools. Right Honorable Speaker, the urgent matter that we wanted the minister to address is that yesterday we went to the school performing our oversight role as members of parliament, and we agreed in the meeting that the students should be given accommodation in the hostels. Students went to the hostels. And today in the morning at 10, the regional police commander, the DPC, they mobilized the security personnel. They went to the students' hostel and chased all of them from their hostels. And as we talk now, Right Honorable Speaker, the students are on streets. The students have nowhere to go. We are now worried of the students who are coming from far away. Gulu Clinical Schools has students from Western Uganda, Eastern Uganda, Central Uganda, and West Nile. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, the students were narrating to us, a girl from Bali, on the 9th when they were chased away from school, She was looted with all our properties. Right now, ladies who are coming from far away within Gulu district are on the street in Gulu city. The urgent matter we need the minister to do is to allow those students go back to the hostels right now, right our speaker. If not, people who are coming from a far distance, they are in bad problem, right our speaker. As a wind up, the minister stated very clearly, let me conclude. Right now, Speaker, the minister stated in his submission that members of parliament storm Gulu Clinical School. I really feel that statement is not very right. We are doing our constitutional right. We went as leaders from Acholi sub-region to make sure the school runs smoothly. Therefore, I beg the Honorable Minister to withdraw the statement that we storm the school. I beg to move.
Thank you. Yes. Please, brief comments on this.
Right, Honorable Speaker, to me, the statement from the minister was so alarming, especially when the minister is talking about the increase of the tuition fee to be paid by the clinical school at a time when Ugandans have been suffering from the COVID-19. How can you again talk about we increase the tuition fee in June this year, when the parents have not been working, the students are suffering as they went to school? And above all, we got the petition from the students. When we were in Gulu on Sunday, how many students from different areas of Uganda were on streets, they had nowhere to go. They didn't even have transport, the way the school was closed. And when we realized that the students were not violent, I actually, as a chairman of Acholi parliamentary group, I appointed Gilbert Lanya and 5 others to go and sit with the administration. The information I got was that the principal accepted when they explained to him the plight of the student on the street, and they opened the dormitory themselves. I don't know how he's talking about the leaders stormed the school, whether they went and cut the door to the dormitory to send the students on, to go in the dormitory. I need to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Gulu, is that east or west?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Reverend Father Charles Sunen, and by the grace of God, I'm a member of Parliament in this 11th Parliament. I am here as a delegate of God and also a spiritual sanitizer. Honorable Speaker, according to our rules of procedures, Rule 84, that no offensive and abusive and insulting, blasphemous and unbecoming words can be used by a member of parliament or another person in this august house. It was an insult from the minister to say we storm the school. How do you storm your home? How do you storm your house? We have the constitutional mandate and oversight role to visit those institutions. Do we need permission from you to visit those institutions of that college? You must come and apologize. Honorable Speaker, if it is not an escape of the lip or of the lips, then could be the question of age. We need to know from the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the same matter, Honorable Awol, please. You have submitted, please.
Thank you very
Please,
much.
please.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to the concerns that have been raised concerning our children at Gulu Medical School. Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware,
They are
hello?
They are not kids.
The children, the students that we are talking about are students that are coming from all over Uganda and beyond. And we know that part of these learners are people who are coming from very far. And we also have female students for that matter. Right, Honorable Speaker. People are here talking about COVID. Have we forgotten that there's also AIDS in Uganda or in the whole world? The condition that we are subjecting these learners to is really very unfair. And therefore, it would be imperative for us to elucidate this situation and exacerbate so that we can be in a position to help them. It bothers me a great deal, Right Honorable Speaker. When we are talking about issues, we have people who are in charge of this country who should have taken into ponderation the issues concerning our learners, but they take time to react to some of these issues. They allow issues to get out of hand before they can come on board to arrest the situation. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that the Honorable Minister for Education should take charge of his ministry and redirect that those kids, the students, be allowed to get back in the dormitory so that we avert the situation. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
For record purpose, my name is Vincent Cedric Obong, Lera West Division. I thank you. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is not a matter of debate. This is an urgent matter. Would you like to sit when the speaker is speaking? This is an urgent matter. Usually, this kind of interactions don't occur when urgent matters are raised. But this one is unique in its characteristic that students have been locked out and on the streets. I think we've had sufficient interaction on this matter. And the debate we are going to have is without decision. I would like the minister to respond to those issues raised in very clear terms and provide guidance on the way forward. And then we'll see how to conclude this matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, it's true that the college we are talking about attracts students from all over Uganda. But students who come to the college are expected to be prepared to learn, to study. The ministry is fully in charge. We have listened to their problems and we are trying to address them. But when the situation comes where you cannot control who does what, somebody has got to come up and create order. We have asked the students to go back to class as we sort out their problems. They are saying no. They are saying no. Council has, the college council has been talking with these students saying we are handling your matter. They are not prepared, right? Because understand, people, give us, we are the professionals, give us time to sort out these problems. And I think we have the capacity to do it. We aren't going to run these institutions from Parliament. I've got people who are very highly trained and they're managing the situation. Give us time. We have asked these students to go home. Each and every one of those students has a home. My prayer, Madam, Right Honorable Speaker, give us time. We'll address all the issues these students have raised and we'll have an environment that is conducive to learning. We have decided to give all the time that is needed to address this problem. But if you are going to say, as it was said yesterday, that please bring back the students who are not willing and ready to cooperate with the administration, it's going to be very difficult to run these institutions. My prayer, Right Honorable, give us time. We are in charge. We have all the ability to sort out this matter. I submit, Right Honorable.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Okot John Amos. Mr. Speaker, the question at hand is about the students who are on the street. The question at hand is to put a human face on those vulnerable students. The minister is narrating a story which is not 100% correct. Mr. Speaker, we went and did our benchmarking on this matter. We went and got the facts regarding the matter which is at hand now. In the first place,
I'm waiting for the
principle.
point. I'm waiting for the point of order.
Yes, I'm coming there, Mr. Speaker. This principle accepted. The principal even narrated and said, the students had been so peaceful. And then the principal herself accepted to open the dormitory for these students. But information and pressure coming from somebody who is not at the college is the one giving all this fear. Is the minister in order to come here and start insinuating as if this matter is a matter that cannot be solved within a day? And yet the students also are willing to be at the school. Just only 1 week to come, they're supposed to sit examination. Is he in order? Yet we are here trying to solve a problem, which that problem can be solved even today and now. I thank you.
No, I don't believe that that matter can be solved here and now. That one I don't believe, because there are things that we are not in charge of. Not at all. We don't have all the facts as Parliament. The facts keep coming in and contradicting each other. So we are not very well placed unless we had our own committee to, if it had looked at, if these recommendations were coming from the committee, we would be more well placed to accept them. But to bring in that form from members who are not very happy about what has happened and take their facts as facts per se, and with the contrary facts being brought by the minister, I think it would not be a proper time, a proper place for us to take a decision on this matter. But what I'm trying to suggest here is we need a solution. And those students need to find their way to places that are safe. And the most safe and the easiest would be where they were staying. But what would it take, Honorable Minister, for us to find, what time frame would you need to be able to find a solution? What is the nature of the problem? Is it a complex problem that cannot be resolved immediately, that it requires so much time? Because it requires so much time, then you cannot keep students in the dormitories when you have to take 3 months resolving the matter. I am also now being informed that they have to do exams in a short time. Now, all those things taken together, Honorable Minister, what would you suggest should be done? What is the time frame you need to, with your technical people, to resolve this matter with this problem, the leadership of the institution, and also the leadership of the students, if they can be involved, so that the matter is resolved in an amicable. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as I said, my people are on ground in Gulu. I've told them not to come back until we have a way forward. But what I cannot say at the moment, how much time it's going to take us. But what I know, and I'm very sure, the students have been asked to go home. If we all talk the same language, these students will be home. They have already left the dormitories where they were forced to go. And I'm sure by end of tomorrow, they will all be at home. And that will help us.
Inquiry.
On the council, they have all the stakeholders. We are working with the council as well. And all the stakeholders are accommodated on the council. They will be able to articulate the voices or what the students want. Give us, I can come back another day, probably to tell you how long it's going to take. But right now, what I can say, let the students go home. Most important thing, the colleagues, is the life and the safety of everybody, the children and the school, the college property. We cannot have it, or we cannot be sure of the security and the safety of our children if there is that kind of pulling, pushing. Allow the student to go home, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, we need to find a solution to this. So I'm going to request you to consult with your people on the ground and see the possibilities of resolving this matter quickly. So I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, 2 o'clock. And do the consultation necessary in the interim period to see if a solution can be brought quickly, and then we take a decision. But if the solution cannot be brought, the implications then we can be able to handle as members of parliament. But if the solution can be in the short term, then we can also give advice on what you could do to keep down the temperature in the situation. Thank you, sir. This matter is deferred to tomorrow, 2 o'clock, when the minister will brief us about the actual situation and the possibilities of resolution of this matter, the time frames, if he can get them. If he cannot get them, when we take the next decision. Thank you very much. Next item.
Item number 4, motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to gazette part of the Central Forest Reserve at Loro Peche Division.
Laro.
Laro Peche Division, Gulu City, for use by the University of Gulu.
Honorable Ojara Mapinduzi Marty, Badegala EB Division in the city of Gulu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to begin by thanking you very sincerely for giving me the opportunity to have this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, this motion falls under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. It's a motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to degazette part of the Central Forest Reserve at Laro Peche Division, Gulu City, for use by Gulu University. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, whereas government by statutory instrument number 31 of 2003 established Gulu University as a public university in the then Gulu district with the aim of equitable distribution of education opportunities to the people of northern Uganda. And whereas the main campus of Gulu University is located in Laro Peche Division, Gulu City, Gulu University has seen exponential growth in student numbers, taught and research courses and faculties, necessitating it to establish university branches in Lira, Kitgum, and Oima districts. Aware that one of the biggest challenges faced by Gulu University is lack of land on which to expand, since it is located near Gulu Central Forest Reserve, a forest reserve sitting on about 243 acres of land
at Laro Peche Division in Gulu City, and further aware that in fulfillment of the requirements for degazetting Central Forest Reserve under the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act number 8 of 2003, Gulu University entered into a memorandum of understanding with the National Forestry Authority, NFA, wherein the NFA agreed to degazette 70 out of the 243 acres of Gulu Central Forest Reserve in return for Gulu University providing alternative land onto which a new forest reserve will be established. Noting that in 2012, in fulfillment of its memorandum of understanding with the National Forestry Authority, Gulu University procured 500 acres of land at Pajeo Village, Latoro Parish, Poro Sub-County, Noya District, for purposes of relocating the 70 acres of the degazetted Gulu Central Forest Reserve. Further noting that in spite of Gulu University fulfilling its obligation under the memorandum of understanding with the National Forestry Authority, as well as obtaining planning permission from Gulu municipality to use part of the Gulu Forest Reserve land, government has not undertaken processes leading to the degazetting of part of the Gulu Central Forest Reserve, as was agreed upon under the memorandum of understanding. Recalling that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, by a letter dated 3rd April 2020, directed the then Prime Minister, Right Honorable Rwakana Rugunda, to take steps to degazette 70 acres of Gulu Central Forest Reserve and avail the land to Gulu University for its expansion. Concerned that in spite of the President's directive, government has not commenced processes leading to the degazettement of part of the Gulu Central Forest Reserve. Cognizant that Gulu Central Forest Reserve can only be degazetted by government through presenting a motion for a resolution of Parliament in accordance with Section 7 and 8 of the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, upon satisfaction of various other requirements, including providing alternative land for the establishment of a new forest reserve, as well as carrying out an environmental impact assessment. Now, therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, be it resolved by this House that the minister responsible for water and environment urgently fulfills the President's directive to degazette 70 acres of Gulu Central Forest Reserve and avail land to Gulu University for its expansion. I beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? It's seconded by member for Napak, member for Kitgum, Chegegwa, Nakaseke, Rubaga, Maruzi, no, Kilak. Would you like to briefly speak? And Gulu, the other part of Gulu City. Would you like to briefly speak to your motion, Honorable?
Right Honorable Speaker, as I speak to this motion, allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to inform the House that as I move this motion, we have a team from Gulu University, headed by the University Vice Chancellor, Professor Openjuro, sitting in the gallery. Right Honorable Speaker, when the university started—
You have taken over my job. I should be the one welcoming my guests in the chamber. Now I am.
My sincere apologies, Right Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, when government saw the need to have this university established, the District Council of Gulu generously offered the then District Farm Institute, which had a total size of land about 15 acres. That was around 2002, 2003. But Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate what has so far been done to have the university grow. And it is important to mention that resources has been provided to put infrastructural development. There are many faculties. And as I speak, the government recently commissioned one of the biggest laboratories, the multifunctional lab, which has been built. It is important to mention, Right Honorable Speaker, that immediately when the university got into memorandum of understanding with NFA and started the process of getting this land as part of the arrangement I talked about, government immediately started providing funds to put infrastructures. And as I speak, the 70 acres that had been provided have those infrastructures built on it. And because that was part of the arrangement. But even if there are already infrastructures built by government, the university does not have any proof to show ownership. It would be fair then that this parliament considers this decision and makes it formal so the university can have a home. But also apart from that, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform this House that the university has made very positive steps that I think should be taken as an example. The fact that the university has provided 500 acres of land to establish another forest in return to the 70 acres that the university is requesting for. I think that is something that we should kindly be able to consider. But I also want to inform this House, Honorable Speaker, sir, that the university has made strides in making sure that the processes for this land acquisition is complete. And I'll request you, sir, that you allow me table some of the documents. We have the land documents for the 500 acres that the university gave in return. The land was equally valued by government. The chief government valuer did his part. The report is here. We also have an environmental impact assessment done on the 70 acres being asked for. It's here. I also have documents including the council resolution supporting the need for the university to have this place. It is therefore my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that the honorable members considers and see the need for this university to grow and help in supporting the effort to scale up the level of education in this country. But also, Honorable Speaker, sir, as I speak, I'm a proud product of Gulu University. And there are many other people who went through the same university in this House. The Honorable Catherine Lamwara, the woman member of parliament for Noya, is the product of this university. The Honorable Akol Anthony is the product of this university. The Honorable Gil Barolanya, who is just seated here. The Honorable Judith Peace Achan, and my honorable colleague from, who is the member of parliament for Irute, I think Irute North. Yes, and there are many others. And so the university, even without having what is needed for it to grow as required, has already contributed significantly. And I think it would be fair that we support the growth of this university. Thank you very much, sir.
Second of the motion.
Not working. It is working. Right Honorable Speaker, I am Nakut Faith, the District Woman Member of Parliament for Napak. I am here to second the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to degazette part of the Central Forest Reserve at Laro Peche Division, Gulu City for use by Gulu University. Right Honorable Speaker, Gulu University has continued to exhibit excellence and is currently ranked the 5th in the country. To date, the university has produced more than 18,000 graduates who are serving in many parts of the country. Therefore, Gulu University needs adequate space that its alumni and the potential students will be proud to identify with. Gulu University championed the processes for establishment of Lira and Arua colleges that are now Lira and Muni universities, which are fully fledged, serving communities of Lango and West Nile subregions. Currently, the university is working to establish the constituent colleges in Moroto and Oima to serve Karamoja and Bunyoro subregions. Right Honorable Speaker, given the exhibited commitment to extend university education to all subregions, Gulu University has not been selfish to think about the Acholi subregion alone. With the motto for community transformation, Gulu University continues to support our agricultural communities. For example, the initiative to process mangoes to give the local fruit farmers income is a good idea. The Moroto Constituent College is poised to teach agriculture and veterinary medicine with the hope of raising human resources that will help Karamoja deal decisively with the issue of hunger. A university of this kind, in my view, needs a home of its own. I therefore submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the question I propose for your debate is that the motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to gazette part of the Central Forest Reserve at Laro Pacha Division, Gulu City, for use by Gulu University be adopted. That is the motion for your debate. And the debate starts now. Honorable Minister, you would like to start at this stage or you respond to the debate on the motion? Hello? Huh? Honorable Minister, it might be a good idea for you to respond. Procedure? Procedure?
Right Honorable Speaker, whereas I support the motion, there is a procedural matter here that, as you may be aware, at the heart of this is the matter of the gazetting and then gazetting. And this matter started way back in the 9th Parliament. And in the 10th Parliament, where I was chair of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, sadly, we failed to carry it through. And at a point in time, we decided that actually let us have a private member's motion. And Honorable Mudimi moved that motion. But the Ministry of Water and Environment had a strong objection to the gazettement and degazettement, which we don't understand, actually. And also, we were unfortunately, the mover was ruled out of order, and that this is a matter that should be moved by the ministry, by the executive. Therefore, it would be very helpful as a procedural matter to hear from the Minister of Environment whether this position has changed. And also whether we should only be talking about Gulu University. And Honorable Mapenduza and the others, I support the motion. But should we be talking only about Gulu University? Or we should be talking about the actual issue of gazettement and degazettement? That's a procedural matter, Right Honorable.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true in the 9th Parliament. An attempt was made where lots of forest reserves there were requests for lots of forest reserves to be degazetted, with the alternative land being made available to take care of what the law requires, and the need to fill in the gap instead of removing land that was under forestry and leaving it bare. That came in the 9th Parliament. And I think the motion was moved by the Honorable Kwizera, who is now, the Honorable Kwizera, who is now a member of Parliament for the 11th Parliament. No, it was Honorable Kwizera. Okay. I was there, I think I presided over the motion. Could have been another motion. At that time, we were running close to the end of the term of Parliament, and there were, of course, objections about how this matter could be handled. The matter stalled, and it came back in the 10th Parliament. And I think the member who now moved in the 10th Parliament was different. And objections were raised by just like that's been stated by the Honorable Kefa Chiwanuka. Objections were made, which were sustained, upheld by the presiding officer then. And the minister said that should be a government motion. And the government would be preparing to bring that motion. And it did. And when it did, they did. Instead of bringing the motion, the minister submitted a report to Parliament showing, making the objection strong, but also showing that those areas are under heavy forest coverage, disrupting this ecosystem would be bad. And the objections were now framed on a report that was made available to Parliament. I was then presiding. And part of the request had also come from my own district. So I saw the report and went specifically to my area of Omoro district and the particular location. I want to try and give information without being part of this process of debate. Now, what happened then is the report said that particular area which was being requested for degazettement had heavy tree coverage. Disrupting the ecosystem would be bad. Scientific names of all kinds of trees were mentioned. And dates and ages of those forests and trees were mentioned. 40 years, 50 years. And I am now 56 years old. I have never seen one tree in those areas that were in question. But there were trees which I could not see, which were 40 years old, 50 years old, but my naked eye could not see these trees in the area that the district had requested to gazette. I asked the minister, I said, Honorable Minister, are you really sure about some of the reports that you bring to the House? I would want us to take a drive to Omoro and look at the area that the district had asked for the gazettement and see if there's any single tree apart from a few mango trees that had been planted by people who had settled there. But we never had the opportunity to do this. So even that objection had issues. The report that was presented to the House was extremely misleading, which is unfair. For example, the one of Mbarara. The report of Mbarara also cited the existence of huge trees that are 50 years old. There is not a single tree, they are buildings. So now, in these circumstances, looking at the realities that we have, now Gulu University is saying, on the agreement and the directive by the president, they gave us money, went and built. On the second, it's on the 70 acres that we were given. Now you are saying you should not degazette. There are buildings there, double-story, 3-floor buildings up there. What are you going to do with them? What are you going to do with them? So the procedural point you have raised touches on these objections that ordinarily have no basis, by the way, because the alternative is being given 70 acres for 500 acres. If I was a government, I would jump on it to go and put this under tree coverage, because what they are trying to hold on to has not a single tree. What they're holding on to has not a single tree, apart from a few, in the case of Gulu, apart from the few Muvule trees along police and other places, which is not part of the 70 acres but the 70 acres is under buildings. Now, does it make ordinary sense for us to continue pursuing this line? Or should we go on the ground if we need to and have a practical survey and handle this on a case-by-case basis? So that we go to Gulu University, we look at this. This is the 70 acres, all these buildings. Okay, where is the land? These are the documents for the land. And then you solve this matter instead of jamming the system with the reports that are inaccurate. In fact, for being within parliamentary language, I'll try to restrict myself to the kind of language I use, especially as presiding officer. I think let's be practical on these matters. Let's be practical on this matter. So that, anyway, let me stop there. But that's on your procedural matter, that is what happened. And if this House feels the need that we should wait and have the whole, whatever, how many forest reserves were under question? Mukono, Barara, Dira, Mbale, Arua, where all the urban areas, they were trying to say we need room for expansion, but we have alternative land. Now the ones that are saying we have room for expansion, they have covered it already with buildings, most of them. So I really think we should be practical about this matter so that we remain relevant to what is on the ground, rather than citing scientific names of the trees that have never even been planted in those places. Doesn't make sense, it makes us look bad. So that is my guidance on that matter. So if I was to give guidance, I would say the request from Gulu University has come, and they have cited in the motion what they have cited. Whether they are factual or not, somebody can contradict them if not factual. Did the president make a directive? That can be verified. I'm sure the letters are there. Do they have land that they have given an alternative, 500 acres for 70 acres? The honorable member was about to lay the document on the table saying they have the land which they are ready to do the swapping. How much land is being requested for? Out of 243 acres, they are asking for 70 acres within Gulu City to accommodate their interest. So it's up to you members. That's my guidance. Debate starts, and in this circumstance, I would like, given this background, I think I would like the minister to say something, and then we come and have a debate.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank also Honorable Mapenduzi, it's my son, one of the sons I have, for moving this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to your guidance, and when I learned of this motion as a ministry, I prepared for it. And Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, with your guidance, allow me to guide or give facts as it is, then members are free to debate, because this is the house where debate takes the day. Honorable Speaker, as a government, we don't block debate, and especially on the issue at hand of forest cover in Gulu for Gulu University. But we want to follow the law, and we want the facts correct, and we want logic to take center stage. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, give me a bit of patience. This is a very important motion and a very important decision that we want to take as people's representative. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues,
The National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, that is 2003, provides for the conservation, sustainable management, and development of forests for the benefit of the people of Uganda, and declaration of forest reserves for the purpose of protection and production of forest and forest products, respectively. And since 1970 and 80s, the political and social and economic problems of Ugandans experienced affected the management of this natural resource. I will just go through what I was wanting to give details because of time factor. And so much encroachment took place. The places we are talking about originally had forest covers, but because of political, social, and economic problems, they were encroached on. Subsequently, some urban council, municipalities, and town councils sought the gazettement of the central forest and local forest reserves of the protected areas situated in their localities, and Gulu Forest is one of those under that category. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, the gazettement, our request for the gazettement of all urban forest reserves in the country was almost put across to government and evaluated. We evaluated the requests and reported. We even communicated to the urban authorities as a result of their requests. Speaker, you had already highlighted, I have a whole booklet just for the purpose of record of all the requests which were made in urban centers to government for the gazettement. And Gulu is among those.
What matter, Honorable? Right Honorable Speaker, I can see the Right Honorable, the Minister is reading something to do with the report, which is not uploaded.
No, that's just our notes from response to the debate. Response to request to gazettement Gulu Central Reserve Forest. It's also just notes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, we are talking about the future of our country. And at this point, it is all of us. I thank you for taking the time to concentrate on this. And sir, as I was submitting, we started to evaluate these requests. And I will really concentrate on Gulu among the many. We were able to communicate, and I have also good enough, the move of the motion has also indicated that there was communication between my ministry and the government, the authority of Gulu, about this. What I want to put on record, Right Honorable Speaker, that the alternative land, because it's a matter of procedure. When you're gazetting, there's a procedure. And when we're communicating, we're even attaching what should be followed to enable the request be met. The latest, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, is a communication my PS wrote to the town clerk of Gulu Municipal, which was February 2020. And that one was also a follow-up on one we had written in November 2019. And the issue which we had raised here is that the criteria, the alternative land was not available. And it is actually here, Right Honorable Speaker, that what they are giving us was a land, I just read it here, for the gazettement, the ministry in collaboration with stakeholders did a countryside assessment of all urban forest reserves. Gulu municipality had secured and exchanged land in line with the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act 2003. This exchange land was even smaller. That is, and supposed to have expired by then. We did respond to that and advised them to go and make it better. As it is being reported in the motion, we don't have that concluded land, the resolution of the land, which is in another district. We have the resolution, we hear of the resolution, which is in Guru, but the land is situated in another district, and we would have wanted it to be beefed up. The procedure was not completely met, and that was an issue. The evaluation done by the valuer, our forest was also not done. But colleagues and Honorable Speaker, allow me also to draw the attention of the House that the Gulu University, we are part of those. And I remember when a branch was opened for Kitgum branch, I spearheaded even the graduation to happen in Kitgum to motivate our young generation to go and study. And some benefited. And as a result, Right Honorable Speaker, my family, Mzee Ochanla Mola and Mzee Daria Omori, they gave 100 acres of free land, not even a coin, to Gulu University to extend. And they were supposed to go and establish a constituency college for agriculture. It is now 6 coming to 7 years down the road. Nothing is done on the land completely. Now, Right Honorable Speaker.
Clarification is for the member holding the floor. So if you can yield the floor, that's it.
Can I conclude? I'm just about to conclude, my son, and then you will come. You are the move of the motion, and we want facts on the ground. So as I speak as a ministry, we are waiting for those to be normalized. But at my personal level, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, and what we are battling with as a country, I would think, that's my view, that we would be doing a lot of conserving every little green that we have in this country. That the beauty of every city coming up is greenness. That the pollution we have in cities, we need those trees to help us. That the directive of His Excellency, which is being referred to, I have the current document of His Excellency, the President, and it was authored on the 20th July 2021. And this is one of the working documents of conservation of our environment. I would pray, Right Honorable Speaker, and the move of the motion, that I don't support the motion, of course, that we consider many other things, like expansion of the university, as I'm saying. Actually, even per day, I'm happy that the BC is here, but per day was willing to give them even more than 200 acres free to extend. Gulu University is for actually sub-region. It will make common sense to have constituencies in all other surrounding districts so that everybody is put on board. If we have already the main campus at Gulu,
clarification, sir.
We would go out and have the constituency colleges in other districts so that we are all put at par. And we are willing to give even more free land, including my own family. I'm not just talking for the sake of talking. Now, so I would think, just let me conclude, and you will have it. I would think that this motion wouldn't be concluded because we have also all those options, leave alone to tell you as a house that this report of having the gazetted areas, not only of Gulu, by the way, as you see, all members are here. Everybody would have wished to see their land in the town. Maybe also you get a plot or something of the sort, degazetted. So we already actually have written to our cabinet secretariat. We want this decision to be done and could be done actually maybe next week or 2 weeks, so that we come back and have a final position basing on the working document of His Excellency, which is just the current situation as per now. I don't think it will be in bad faith if we have our university, which is good university for all of us, have an expansion, but have constituent colleges rather than concentrating in a small town. Well, why should it be all in the town? Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues, I would still think that this House holds natural resources in trust. Ugandans want us to protect. With the effect of climate change, we cannot even afford to remove a single tree. We are planting more trees, honorable colleagues.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable members, I made a tremendous omission. I don't even know how that happened. I proposed a question without listening to the seconder of the motion. That was a great omission on my part. Maybe at this stage, Honorable Nieto, who is the seconder of the motion, can speak. And then we'll deal with all those other issues.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I'm happy that as a seconder of the motion, I come after the minister tries to justify her refusal to have this process completed for degazetting this place requested by Gulu University. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the Committee of Education and Sports, and I have been a member even in the 10th Parliament for all the 5 years, and I have continued because I have a passion for education. And we have had several discussions with Gulu University, and we could easily see from them how far they want to go and what was actually impeding them. One of them is the issue of land we are talking about. And apart from government providing support for development of the university, because of their innovation and because of them being a science-based university, there are other organizations that want to fund their infrastructural development. But they cannot proceed because those organizations want to see that actually the university is in their own land. And for me, also recently, I was in this task force which looked at the COVID support, not for the relief fund, but when we were there, Gulu University presented, and we also saw that apart from what people were talking about, the COVID here, Gulu University had also gone far and also come up with a concussion that would help with the COVID fight. So a university that is having this kind of innovations should not be stifled. And Madam Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, I feel saddened that in the name of now trying to protect the environment so much, you want to stifle the university and you provide alternative by saying, now you put a constituent college there, you put a constituent college there. They first need to grow within. They first need to grow within Gulu itself. And when you talk about that, you go on Bombo Road, behind, after Kawanda. If you look at where Kiri Soda is, you mean degazetting the place in Gulu is worse than where Kiri Soda is now? Where a whole wetland was filled with whatever, now you have construction there. How many of such are there in this country
And we have been watching. And we think now for Gulu University, we can now say, you can't go here, you can't go here. No, I think if there is something else, you need to tell us. And by the way, I also know that there are people who are saying, we have given land here, we have given land here, because they want to fizzle out Gulu, the original location. Mr. Speaker, I think this should not be allowed. And that is my submission. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I must confess from the onset, Right Honorable Speaker, that I observed the Honorable Lady and the Minister and an old friend make a submission, and I got lost. And for lack of a better word, not to really denigrate the integrity of the House, I thought that the debate was actually becoming vulgar, that a government minister is submitting on a government university, and that between her and the members bringing a motion on a government university have not found a consensus. And this for me really got me a bit lost. Mr. Speaker, for me, we are here debating this because the government, and in particular the ministry in charge, has let this country down.
The procedure.
And right now, we are wondering whether the Honorable Mapinduzi is submitting for a personal facility to build a hostel, and therefore is pleading for the House, and the minister is saying, no, you cannot. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't it be really safe and decent that you considered sending this matter to the House Committee on Education to evaluate the efficacy of the minister's seeming lost submissions? Because clearly, the university has put up facilities on this land. The honorable member is submitting that actually there's memorandum between the university and NFA. I find it a bit problematic that we are going to put the two members to really come here and counter each other on the extent of facts in this whole matter. Mr. Speaker, would it be safe for you to ask and order that the committee evaluates and reports very fast, because part of what we are debating is postmortem, because the facilities strangely funded by government, that government offered money to the university, and the government is still really thinking whether actually they should be or not be. Madam Speaker, my procedure matters that would you guide a better way of housing this, that we can save this house of this very disturbing debate between a minister of government on a government university and a member volunteering to move that a government university actually puts up infrastructure. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Can I rule on this matter? So, are those members only volunteering to rule on my behalf? I think let me give guidance on this matter, and we see if we can proceed with this debate. I listened to the Honorable Minister. We'll focus more on urban authorities seeking expansion of land for their urban settings. I listened to the motion for a request from Gulu University, which is not an urban authority, seeking part of what part of the 243 acres, they're seeking only 70 of it, leaving 173 still under the National Forestry Authority. That's what the motion is seeking. And the documents that I need to see are the document Honorable Ojara Mapenduzi was wanted to present on the alternative land that had been created, had been found in another district, and whether the processes in that particular thing had been completed to facilitate a swap. It's certainly going to make sense what is being proposed, because right now, Gulu University is only seeking to authenticate its ownership of the land on which its building stands. Because the buildings are standing now, they want to get, under government regulations, all public institutions should have land titles. I think that is what they're seeking to achieve, but the buildings are already there. So there is no rush. And the minister also still has 173 acres for the National Forestry Authority to replant the trees that they are saying they want to replant. So that the 107, in the meantime, 173 acres can receive trees and seedlings. That is if the land is there and used. You can use the 173 acres. Let's pause the 70, and I'll go with the proposal that has been made by the member for Masaka, that it might look funny looking at it in another angle, the way we are proceeding. It might look very interesting to observers that we are proceeding the way we are proceeding. And then secondly, the argument that the Gulu University was for Acholi is not sustainable, because Gulu University was opening up a constituent college in Hoima, was it Hoima? In Karamoja, and in Moroto, from the motion that has been read. So I think we should leave this line because it's a national institution, with the same with Mbarara University, where everybody is going. People from West Nile are going there. We have graduates from Mbarara University who are coming from West Nile. So the whole country is just moving around, going to the institutions of their choices. And even Gulu University, as I speak now, has so many students from the whole country and even outside this country. So I think we should abandon the issue of the Acholi for Gulu University and just have it as an institution in Acholi, but not for the Acholi. But it is there already. It's built in that land which belongs to the Acholi people. And so we should leave it at that. So I think the best way to proceed with this motion, honorable members, is we should not have a two debates on this matter. I'm going to suggest that we refer this matter to the Committee on Education and give it a clear timeline. Give it a clear timeline of not 45 days. We're going to give them 3 weeks. The 3 weeks that we are going to give them, so we're not going to debate further. We are going to give them 3 weeks to go and establish some of the facts that are now in contestation. Whether the land is under buildings, whether the land that has been offered is not actually there, and all the surrounding facts, and they can advise us when they come back after 3 weeks, and we see how to handle this matter. So the matter is substantially referred to the Committee on Education to handle, and then we proceed from there. Okay? So the matter is handed to the Committee on Education. Chairman of Education is here. Is any member of the Education Committee here? Thank you. The instructions are to you to look at these matters and see how you can guide the House on how to proceed with this particular motion. And then the debate on the motion will continue, and then we take an appropriate decision. Yes, procedure?
My procedure matter, Right Honorable, is that whereas you've rightly ruled on this matter, how are we dealing with the bigger issue of the actual gazettement and degazettement, which has stalled on for now the last 7 years or so? And in my feeling, there is a lot for the natural environment to benefit in this. Because, for instance, the Gulu University we are talking about, they are talking about giving land to replace what they already occupy, what they have already built on. But there are 22 other areas across the country, in urban areas and others, which are talking about the same thing. They are saying, let's give you land in replacement of what we are occupying now, so that you can plant the forest there. But the ministry is saying no. Also, Right Honorable, can we have clear criteria? Something which, and we've worked very well in the last many years. Minister was waving something which is new, that according to this thing which came out in July, can we know also what are those new criteria that have now come up?
Which thing? Was it a document, or are you referring to a document or just something?
She was waving a document. She said it is from the president, something like that. So wouldn't
You know,
it be...
you need to protect the answers when people are reading when they are not here. 20 years later, and then they come and say the minister was waving something. And
Right Honorable, the minister was waving a document. She said it was from the president and that it came out in July. I think all that adds to the debate that we are having. Can we now at least proceed with the clear criteria of what is going to be followed in order to replace the forests that we have? And I thought you can guide on that.
Can I rule on the procedural matter, please, honorable members? Can I rule on this procedural matter? The facts as before us now, which needs verification, is that the 70 acres in question is already under building. That fact needs verification. Two, that in replacement of the 70 acres, Gulu University, not Gulu local government, not Gulu city authority, Gulu University has obtained land, 500 acres to replace the 70. That we need to verify, look at the documents that are there to see. So if these facts are true, then there will be no need for a debate. Would there be a debate? How do you debate on this very obvious thing? You are coming, you want to degazette the land on which this parliament sits. And there is a whole huge parliamentary building in the land. Even if you don't degazette, what happens to the buildings? Do you turn them into trees? So these are practical things we need to find. And if there are solutions to that, then we move from there. As for the bigger matter of all the authorities, urban authorities seeking to swap land within the law so that they can expand, that matter is not before me now. I will deal with it if you can bring it formally, and then I give guidance on it formally. But for now, I have this Gulu University thing only. And my earlier suggestion was that it might be better, instead of bringing them all together, it might be better to handle them on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't matter how long it will take us, but each request should come and be considered on its own merit, rather than using parameters of what applies in another place to limit the possibilities of what is obtaining in another place. Is that okay? Matter referred to the Committee on Education, and debate on this matter closed. Next item.
Item number 5, response by ministers to questions. Question 5.1, Minister of Agriculture and Modern Industry and Fisheries. Question by Honorable Simwe Enos.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Response to a question raised by Honorable Simwe Amosi, Kaura County, on continued livestock quarantine in cattle corridor due to foot and mouth disease during the 7th sitting of the first meeting of the 11th Parliament of Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll begin by description and the background of FMD and its occurrence in Uganda, so that members appreciate and understand the magnitude of the problem. FMD is endemic in Uganda and is documented as being under surveillance by 1936, and the first serotype to be detected was serotype A in West Uganda and Ankole in 1953. FMD is highly contagious viral disease, primarily of domestic cloven-hoofed animal, ruminants and swine. Worldwide, FMD has been reported in cattle, domestic buffalo, goats, sheep, and swine. It has also been reported in over 70 species of wild animals. Of particular importance are the antelopes and buffaloes in Uganda. Transmission of the FMD virus can occur by directly or indirectly contact through contaminated fomites. The most common mode of transmission is through inhalation of infected aerosol from vermic animals, transmission through the air, either in close quarters or through window-borne aerosol from 60 kilometers on land, 300 kilometers over the sea, where there is high humidity, low UV concentration, and low temperatures. There are 7 serotypes of FMD virus, that is SAT1, SAT2, SAT3, OAC, and Asian 1, that affects cloven-hoofed animals, including domestic and wild animals related to cattle, sheep, goat, pigs. In Uganda, the common strain prevalent are SAT1, SAT2, SAT-O, and A. Infection with only one serotype does not confer immunity against another, and in essence, the serotype and there are many subserotypes are like different FMD diseases in Uganda and in the region. The virus causes high fever for 2 or 3 days, followed by vessels inside the mouth, mammary glands, and on the feet that may rupture to blisters and cause drooping of saliva and lameness. FMD has a short incubation period, time from infection with the virus to the time of clinical manifestation of the disease. An infected animal is able to shed a large amount of virus 1 to 2 days before manifestation of clinical signs and 7 to 10 days after infection. Cattle and pigs are able to secrete from all body fluids an estimated amount of 10 million to 10 billion infective doses per day. A milking cow has capacity to secrete virus in milk to the tune of 5 million infective doses per milliliter. The disease is characterized by carrier status. The carrier status in cattle has been reported to be up to 3.5 years in sheep and goats, and can also sheep and goats can also be carrier. The carrier rate for African buffalo is 50%, 70% in our national parks and game reserve for a duration of 5 years. In other words, if the cow has recovered from FMD, clinically you may not see that it has the virus. But if you test from the throat and the saliva, you may find the live virus, the virus which may not be active. But when it gets weak and under stress, then it may reoccur. And the same with buffaloes. The disease can lead to extreme economic paralysis because it renders the animal unfit with raw milk production, weight loss due to the painful lesion, vessels and erosion in the mouth. This is further compounded by the lameness due to lesions in the feet. This loss of productivity can last for a considerable period. Animals cannot be sold because they have lost their health condition and may be carrying the virus, much as there are no known antivirals. Cost for treatment of secondary bacterial infection can be prohibitively high. Generally, since 1993, following the policy in which aspects of delivery of public veterinary services were decentralized, the frequency of FMD outbreak has been on increase. This is because decentralization in a way broke down the chain of command. In disease control, especially for livestock and human beings, we need an effective one chain of command so that if the order is from top, it should be followed to the bottom. The exception was between 2006 and 2016 when ring vaccination was aggressively combined with field enforcement and effective control of animal movement, which limited the movement of infected animals and animal products. Within this period, January 20 to August 21, the data showed that 100 districts were reported to have had at least one FMD outbreak, of which 51% of the outbreak were in the districts of the cattle corridor, while 33 occurred in the districts sharing international borders with countries like Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, and DRC. The rest 16% occurred sporadically or in districts neighboring outbreak districts and game parks. Outbreaks are recorded to occur more in extensive system of production compared to intensive and semi-intensive system. Here we mean where people graze communally, we have a very big challenge of actually controlling FMD, and such a production system are prone to FMD outbreaks. Often, the time FMD is detected, the disease will have spread out quite significantly. Some farmers hide information from their neighbors, and this behavior has been rampant and has damaged our production system significantly. When farmers get FMD, sometimes they don't want to report. They want to continue selling their milk and selling their products and try to do things quietly. The current FMD situation and quarantine restriction in the cattle corridor, and this has been the concern of the members. Not all livestock in the cattle corridor districts are under quarantine restriction. It is the affected sub-counties, town council, in the districts in the high-risk areas that have quarantine restriction in place. There are also other districts outside the cattle corridor that were under quarantine restrictions. Since February 2021, a number of districts reported FMD outbreak, and after a laboratory confirmation, the affected sub-counties, town councils, were placed under quarantine restrictions. These districts include Kiruhura, Mbarara, Isingiro, Lyantonde, Wakiso, Gomba, Karungu, Kazo, Bukomansimbi, Kiboga, Kiryandongo, Kyankwanzi, Masindi, Mukono, Nakaseke, Nakasongola, Rakai, Rubirizi, Sembabure, Ibanda, Wakiso, Sironko, Serere, Kyegegwa, Ntungamo, Buko, Bulambuli, Ntoroko, Ngoya, Karenga, and Karangara. The quarantine restrictions were put in place to prevent the spread of FMD to clean areas in the districts through animal movement. Usually there is animosity to comprehensive quarantine restriction in the cattle keeping communities since no sales of livestock or sales of livestock products is allowed at all. This creates undue anxiety and leads to outright violation of the quarantine restriction, leading to further spread and persistence of the disease in the area and beyond. I wish to request colleagues, MPs, to support preventive measures so that we free Uganda from trade limiting diseases like FMD. In most cases, members of parliament, colleagues, you are always concerned about quarantine because the traders and farmers are crying. But the most primary issue should be to fight the disease. And we call upon you to help us so that we really prevent these diseases so that we can free the livestock business and trade internationally. It is also important to note that the ministry has lifted the quarantine restriction in a number of sub-counties in some districts that were found to be free from circulating FMD virus. This was based on the laboratory evidence. These include Sironko in Panyangara sub-county, Mayuge in Bukatube sub-county, Sembaburi in Mitima sub-county, Kabongo in Kabongo Town Council, Nakasongola in Nachitoma, Mijera and Karongo sub-counties, Abim districts in Abim Clark and Abim Town Council, Busia in Buteba sub-county, Muvende in Mutorogo sub-county, Ruizi in Yeru and Magambo sub-counties, Kapchorwa in Kapleiko and Nakapiripiriti, Kakomongere and Nakapiripiriti Town Council, Katakwi in Ngariam sub-county, Kamuri in Kagumba sub-counties. We are verifying the situation in other districts, and as we talk now, most of the districts have been freed for FMD because we provided vaccines and we have sensitized local communities. We have engaged the local leadership so that we speak one language and we fight the disease effectively. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, these are the disease control strategies we have applied in the Ministry of Agriculture. The Animal Disease Act Cap 38 mandates the ministry to prevent and control all animal diseases of epidemic and notifiable nature, such as foot and mouth disease. The ministry has deployed several measures to prevent and control FMD, which include but not limited to the following. 1. Carried out strategic ring vaccination of the herds of the cattle in the affected sub-counties in the number of districts to contain the disease. However, this has been affected by inadequate FMD doses to cover a large livestock population. The ministry procured 2.3 million FMD doses to carry out strategic vaccination of animals in different and high-risk areas. So far, 1.4 million doses have been supplied by the ministry to affected districts. Institutional quarantine and controlling animal movement and their products to control the spread of the disease. Local government are responsible for enforcement of quarantine restriction imposed by the ministry as per Animal Disease Act Cap 38. In addition, the ministry established an agricultural police unit to support enforcement and regulatory activities as animal movement control. Enforcement and regulatory function of the ministry are being strengthened. And I want to inform the House that because of shortage of vaccine, we have only targeted affected areas, high-risk areas, and transit routes. The good news is that results are beginning to show to be positive. Most of the areas are getting freed from FMD, and quarantine restriction has been lifted. Creation of mass awareness among livestock farmers, duty bearers, and other key stakeholders about socio-economic impact of the disease and its control measures. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague, I have moved with many members of Parliament from affected areas. We have addressed the district councils. We have moved with veterinary personnel and veterinary practitioners so that we really combat this menace. We have encouraged farmers to observe biosafety, biosecurity measures on their farms to prevent entry of FMD virus through disinfection of vehicles, proper disposal of animal waste, contaminated beddings, and foodstuffs, among others. Sustained surveillance to detect any new cases of FMD by the district and the ministry, and also guide the lifting of quarantine restriction from the affected areas. We have, however, faced a number of challenges. Despite the measures put in place to prevent and control the spread of FMD, the ministry has faced a number of challenges to contain the disease, which include: one, underfunding to support the recommended 80% vaccination to cover all the susceptible animals to obtain a desired herd immunity. The current vaccination is actually 5%, and the desire of the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries is to vaccinate 80% of the susceptible animals, cattle, sheep, goat, pigs, every 6 months to reach a recommended level of protection. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleague, we have adopted the FAO disease control pass, and we have requested for money. We have been promised to get a supplementary so that we can follow this pass and actually trade in livestock and livestock products internationally in the short term. Absence of appropriate veterinary infrastructure, quarantine station and holding grounds to handle sick and animal being moved illegally. Inadequate logistic support such as vehicles for transportation of officials and animal health professionals to support surveillance, animal movements, control and technical backstopping, both at center and local government. We must appreciate that we have created so many districts, and we have not provided matching facilities, especially infrastructure for veterinary. Overdependency on external vaccine manufacturing facilities for supply of vaccine. Sometimes the supply is erratic and inadequate. The ideal strategy would be to support local vaccine manufacturing in the country. We are moving together with NARO and the private sector. We are putting up a factory for vaccine in Nachesasa, and we shall be producing FMD vaccine, tick vaccine, and swine vaccine. The scientists have given us a time frame that by June next year, we shall be producing the vaccine. Use of counterfeit and smuggled vaccine of unknown quality and efficacy by unscrupulous individuals who pose as veterinary workers has also complicated FMD control in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have strengthened our veterinary board. We have had a magistrate appointed to work with the board, and we are trying some of these people who have been causing problems and selling fake vaccines. We have two cases being had, which are being had. absence of post-FMD outbreak management strategy. This would involve establishment of method of determining losses suffered by the producers and mechanism to compensate them. For example, compensation policy would act as an incentive for FMD control program than letting the producer farmer suffer alone. This would make producers and farmers open up and report diseases as opposed to the status quo where producers keep quiet for fear of quarantine losses without compensation. Ultimately, government would be able to implement test and slaughter policy in FMD-infected farms. In developed countries, when cows or livestock suffer from FMD, immediately they organize slaughter, they eliminate, and they have a compensated policy, a compensation policy. But since we are in the third world and we are still struggling with money, even to doing the production, we have not gone this far, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. FMD control strategy in Uganda differs from some of our neighbors. I don't want to name names. Here, our FMD method control measure is that it is free and compulsory. But we have some neighbors who don't care about FMD. And you know, our colonial borders are very deceptive. There is no river, there is no wall. People have relatives across. So animals keep on moving.
Honorable Minister, you might need to close. You might need to close. This is a response for an urgent question. We are responding to a question that was asked under urgent matters of public importance.
Yes. So, honorable colleagues, we are working through ESC to make sure that we are harmonized. In conclusion, therefore, I call my honorable colleagues support the prevention and control of FMD measures and reportable animal disease by engaging stakeholders in constructive dialogue to adhere to these control measures aimed at preventing further disease spread so as to realize the significant contribution of the livestock sector, our livelihood, and national economy. Honorable Speaker, I want to assure the members that most members of parliament who are affected, we have engaged with them and we have provided remedies in some cases. I thank you very much for your attention, Right Honorable Speaker. And this was our response from the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I continue to insist on this point. And the earlier we get to deal with these matters, the better for the House. This was raised as an urgent matter. And as you can see, it should not have been raised as an urgent matter, because it doesn't fall in that category. But it was allowed, and urgent matters normally is a response. We are going to do this because this has happened. So now the minister has been very good. I have allowed you, honorable minister, because what you are dealing was very important for the people who are in the cattle corridors. It's extremely important. That's why I used the latitude. So I would have stopped you early enough. But the issues you are raising were very important. So I used my discretion to allow you finish this statement. But honorable members, I think let's follow the rules, because this is not proper, honorable member who raised this question. It shouldn't have been raised this way. And even for questions for oral answer, you look at your rule 47, the answers are restricted to 3 minutes. In other words, the answer should be succinct and to the point, no elaboration. If you want to elaborate, a minister will come with his own statement to cover the entire fabric of the thing, of what the minister wants to deal with. But when a question is asked, deal with the question directly and finish. And then you give us time to handle many business. Because, for example, a question that is asked under question for oral answer. What intervention have been put in place by the ministry to stop the continuous conflict between wild animals and residents of this area. This is from Honorable Javira, Buyamba County. Now, you cannot bring me a 10-page document to respond to this question because the rules say 3 minutes. If it is too tight, I'll give you an additional 2 minutes. Rule 47 is very clear on this. In other words, this category of things must be handled in a very, very, very precise way. But like I said, the Honorable Minister's statement was important. It was almost a ministerial statement, and I was almost going to allow debate, but that was brought under a completely different procedure. So, and you don't even have supplementary question on urgent matters, unfortunately. But if you want to raise something, no, please restrict it to the member who raised the matter.
Right, Honorable, thank you so much. I want to first clarify that I raised this question during the Prime Minister's question time, sometime in June, when we were under quarantine, human quarantine, because of COVID, and we had been, of course, under quarantine for animal quarantine. So the point at that time, I was trying to find out what we could do for the communities within the cattle corridors, for the in consideration that we had been under quarantine for almost a year, and now then we had another quarantine for COVID. I raised the question asking the Prime Minister what she could do for the communities within those areas. But that question was never responded. That the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker then, requested that we put our questions in writing. And I put my question in writing, but it had never been answered until this, I think last week when it was put on order paper. But back to the issues that he has raised, I want to thank you that you've given us the chance that, to have the Minister respond. I would like to understand, I mean, I appreciate the responses, but my concern was more to do with our reactionary nature of handling epidemics. You find that we only do vaccination when there's actually a breakout, which would have been done before the breakout comes up. For example, we are doing vaccination 1 year down the road. The infection, the quarantine started last year in February. We only got vaccines like 2 months ago. So my concern was more on the reactionary nature of our government entities in dealing with these epidemics. The other question, my other area of concern was more to do with compensation, which he has raised. These communities are affected. As you just noted, when such epidemics happen or quarantines happen, no activity. There are so many individuals involved in this chain of business. Those who are dealing in milk, those who are dealing in meat, butcheries, and all that. What does government have to do for sites to help them? When you put people under quarantine for 1 full year and you're not providing alternatives for them, was my major concern at the time of asking this question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You can see that the matter has been lost in translation. By the time it was reaching the minister, please, honorable members, we would like to resume your seat. I've just said only supplementary question from the member who raised the matter. You can see that the minister now was dealing with a more substantial issue than the question asked, because by the time it was reaching him, it was different. It was raised as an urgent matter, specific issues, level of preparation and lead response. You only deal with things when they've already happened, and then 2 issues of compensation. That was the question. But now we've gone through the whole policy and response system to deal with this thing. And Honorable Minister, those 2 issues, and you even missed them. We missed one at least. We did the one of compensation.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. And I thank the honorable member for clarification. We don't only vaccinate during the outbreak. We have, as I mentioned in the paper, and I had mentioned in this house before, we have been getting very low doses of vaccine. And we have been administering them strategically through high risk areas, affected areas, and transit routes. However, this time around, I don't know what happened. there was a breakdown in the system in 2019, actually. So we had FMD spreading all over, and we could not manage routine vaccine. We spread it out substantively. But we are now going to ensure that we vaccinate regularly every 6 months for those high-risk areas and the affected areas and transit routes. High-risk areas are those neighboring the border with our countries where we know the risk of FMD is high, those neighboring national parks and game parks, and transit routes like Wakiso, like Jinja, Bukedia, where these livestock trade routes, where traders use these routes. Now, the issue of compensation, Uganda and many countries in Africa, really, we have not adopted the compensation concept. We don't have the policy on compensation. Maybe we may rethink now that we are looking of international markets. We have to rethink, but it is very expensive, and I don't think we can really afford it, especially with the level of our community awareness. Because even when people know that there is FMD, they will have weddings, they will have what? So I think it's something we are going to take it up and discuss it further. Right, Honorable. And I want to thank the member. He was one of the members who went with us around when we are doing sensitization campaign. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Next item.
Item number 6, question for oral answer, question 4/01/11.
Is the Honorable Member for Buyamba here?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me hope I'm not late to deliver my greetings from the people of Uganda. My name is Semwanga Javira. I represent Buyamba County in Rakai District. Right Honorable Speaker, Rakai District is endowed with the 2 strategic lake water resources.
Honorable Member, the rules say on question for oral answer, when you get up, you just say question number 4/1/11, and then they respond to it. Your task is only to say question number 04/0111, and you sit. Thank you.
My question is,
your question is number. It's on the order paper.
question number 04/01/11.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to respond to the question raised by Honorable Semwanga Javira, Member of Parliament for Buyamba County, Rakai District, who raised the question under Rule 45 of the Rules of Procedure concerning the destruction of crops and human attacks by problem animals, mainly hippopotamus, from lakes Kijanivarora and Kachira. Right Honorable Speaker, and before I answer the question, just for the information of the House, Right Honorable Members,
you have 3 minutes to answer the question. Answer the question.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I'd like to thank the Honorable Semwanga for raising the question. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, as you all know, the hippopotamus is an amphibious mammal which lives in water but grazes outside the water at night. Previously, lake shores and riverbanks had extensive swamps and other vegetation, which are now all cleared, with gardens going right to the water. These swamps and vegetation protected the people from being attacked by wildlife and having their crops destroyed by hippopotamus since the hippos graze near the water bodies. You will also recall, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, that the National Environment Management Act of 2019, Section 53, provides for protection of riverbanks, lake shores, and natural beaches. In this section, a lake shore is defined as the land that is 100 meters adjacent to the lake. This zone does not, or bordering a lake, this zone does not only help to mitigate against siltation, but also provides as a ranging and feeding habitat for wildlife, including hippos. If the 100-meter lake shore buffer and riverbanks were maintained intact, would have less injury and damage than occurring now. Unfortunately, almost all swamps and other vegetation have been degraded and opened up for crop cultivation, leaving the hippopotami with no alternative, hence the destruction. Right Honorable Speaker, this goes to the second question you had raised. What interventions are being put in place by the ministry to resolve these conflicts in this area? Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the above notwithstanding, government is undertaking various interventions. Government has established a wildlife management station at Kakuto Chotera district with 4 wildlife rangers, largely to sensitize the public about wildlife and ensure rapid response to reported cases. The Uganda Wildlife Authority staff have conducted scare shooting around various villages, including Luanga, Kachera, Kariengereza, and Biwolobo areas. In 2019, Right Honorable Speaker, government constructed 1,000 meters of hippo different fences. These fences were demonstration fences aimed at equipping community with skills in constructing simple wooden fences. The fences were constructed at Kakenkeke village, Kagamba sub-county, which was 500 meters, and Kanjoki village, Buyamba sub-county, Rakai district, which was 500 meters. With the demonstration fences, Right Honorable Speaker, government has equipped the communities with skills for protecting their crops, and we expect such demonstrations to be duplicated around individual gardens. Unfortunately, given the limited resource envelope, government is unable to construct such interventions around every garden in the various villages in the entire country, and as the human wildlife issues are widespread. Whenever it is assessed that a particular wildlife is dangerous on human life and many cause death, Uganda Wildlife Authority, which is the government agency responsible for wildlife management, eliminates such animals to avoid the conflict. For instance, in the last 2 years, for hippos around Kanjochi, Nrakai, and Chebumba in Chotera have been eliminated following assessment. On the final question, Right Honorable Speaker, what arrangements are in place to compensate the people who have suffered damages? Right Honorable Speaker, the intervention is currently compassionate support from MUA, which mainly focuses on supporting communities that lose their loved ones to wildlife attacks. Compensation regulations are now completed and awaiting gazettement by First Parliamentary Council, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And I think this will go a long way in having this fund operational, where it would be obvious, where it would create obvious compensation for all those that are affected by animals outside protected areas. Right Honorable Speaker, however, not looking at compensation as a magic bullet, but rather last alternative when prevention has failed. Our main focus will remain to prevent damage and mitigate before it is caused. Government is also undertaking deliberate and aggressive efforts to sensitize the community about wildlife behavior, mitigation of attacks, and harnessing wildlife through tourism. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I call upon you all to assist government in educating our citizens at every opportunity you get about the need to conserve riverbanks and lake shores to ensure coexistence of humans with nature. Right Honorable Speaker and members, like I said a few weeks ago, we'll continue to work with partners, including the honorable members of parliament and local leaders, to implement mitigation measures, reduce costs, harness wildlife benefits, and ultimately secure the much needed community. That's the end of the question, but just the small information I want to leave on the floor, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we are currently holding meetings with all members of parliament surrounding conservation areas. We had a meeting today with members of parliament around Kiriandong, around Maxon Falls conservation area. Unfortunately, out of the 28 MPs we expected, we only got 7. Tomorrow we shall have those from other areas, and we're going to have meetings throughout the week. We implore our members, we've communicated to you. We have letters in your pigeonholes. Please come and attend so we can interact more and find a lasting solution to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Supplementary question, Honorable Javira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and many thanks to the Honorable Minister. As we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, people are preparing their gardens in the neighboring villages. They are preparing their gardens, waiting for the rain to plant. And I think the Honorable Minister would have come up with a prompt solution to these people, because according to our plans as a country, we are targeting on improving household income. And when people grow their crops and being destroyed by the animals, it really doesn't add up, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any comment on that? Any comment on that, Honorable Minister?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I feel sorry for the member who has raised the question. Honorable Speaker, the biggest solution to this problem will be once we have these guidelines operationalized, because just to give you a scenario, before you got into COVID, because the law says we should set aside 2% of funds collected by UWA to just compensation alone. Before COVID alone, UWA was collecting around 100 billion. So 2% would be around 2 billion just for compensation. I think that money would go a long way to make some small contribution. Though the challenge now, due to the COVID currently, we are contributing solid. And what we've had since the fund was put in place is just 300 million. But we pray that as things get better, let's start with what we have for now. But within the next week, Right Honorable Speaker, we should have that law in place, and then we start planning for compensation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Question 130111.
Honorable Member for Mukono Municipality.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. I raised to ask question 13/01/11.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues in Parliament. May I take this opportunity to thank my dear Honorable Sister, Honorable Namboza Betty, for the questions she raised. The first question was to clarify whether Uganda recognizes the government of Kabul and the effect of hosting the refugees on international relations with Kabul. Our response to the government of Uganda is that the government of Afghanistan has not been fully established, and as such, there is no government to be recognized at this time. The government of Uganda, at the appropriate time, will take decisions when a fully established government is established in Afghanistan, whether or not to recognize such government. The second question was to inform the House on whether there is an arrangement or memorandum of understanding with the US government to host refugees, and if so, it can be availed to members of Parliament. Response: Uganda is a signatory to several international and regional conventions by which the government of Uganda commits to protect persons fleeing from persecutions and conflict. The Ugandan 1995 Constitution reaffirms Uganda's commitment to international humanitarian laws, and in line with the above, Parliament has passed progressive laws that are held in higher regard and emulated the world over. The situation in Afghanistan evolved very quickly, leading to the evacuation by several countries of their nationalities and Afghans. When the government of Uganda, like other countries, was approached by the United States government with a request to consider hosting temporarily Afghan nationals and other nationals at risk, the government of Uganda did not hesitate to consider the request. The decision to host them was informed and consistent with our history and Uganda's policy of receiving refugees and persons in distress. By doing so, Uganda also playing its responsibility role as a member of the international community.
It is for the very reason that Uganda remains the largest refugee hosting country in Africa and third in the world. Uganda and the United States of America enjoys long-standing cordial bilateral ties which are historical in nature. We continue to pursue common interests for the mutual benefits of both countries. Our engagement on this matter is temporarily to the state of our relationship and the attachment that the government attaches to these relations. The government of Uganda has a framework under which it's handling these matters with the United States government. We have been handling this matter through exchange of diplomatic notes between the two governments. On the basis of this communication, on the 22nd of August 2021, 51 evacuees from Afghanistan arrived aboard a privately chartered flight and were received by the government officials in the United States Embassy at the Entebbe International Airport. The evacuees, who include men, women, and children, underwent the necessary security screening, as well as the mandatory COVID-19 testing and the required quarantine procedures. The evacuees will remain in Uganda while they are processed by the United States Embassy for their onward final journey and destination. It is important to note that the evacuees are not refugees, but people in transit. Their processing may take a few weeks or months while they stay in the country. The cost of providing their needs and requirements is being held and met by United States authorities. One of the evacuees has since left the country and 50 remain and are being processed. Finally, the government of Uganda is glad that following its engagement with the government of the United States and other partners, 14 Ugandans were safely evacuated from Afghanistan. Some of them are in the country already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Supplementary question from Mukono Municipality.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister for the answer he has tried to give to us. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has always loudly proclaimed her independence, and rightly so. And as we proclaim our independence, we have always told some countries to stay off issues related to internal affairs in this country. For us to say that there is no government in Kabul right now to recognize, but there are people from that area we are hosting in Uganda, I would like to know specifically under what international obligation are we doing that, and whether all flights from Kabul to USA go through Uganda. Why in particular? Is Uganda the country hosting this, and what measures have we put in place to safeguard ourselves from the anger that usually accompany dealings between America and Afghanistan? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Supplementary question, response.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament, my dear sister, Honorable Namboze. The consideration by the government of Uganda to host these refugees are based on the principles of our international commitment, where evacuees, these are evacuees, not refugees, are based on the principles in which Uganda has always hosted people in distress, like other people in distress who are already in this country. To be a refugee, you have to apply to be a refugee. And when you arrive in this country, you can be either a person in distress, you can be an evacuee, you can be an asylum seeker. And until you so apply to be a refugee and recognized by this country as a refugee, you're not a refugee. Honorable Speaker, there are no regular flights to the United States that transit through Uganda. There have never been such flights, and there are none as such. This particular group that came to Uganda came through a private chartered flight paid by the United States government. The decision to host these refugees on security was well considered at the highest level, in collaboration with the United States government, guaranteeing the sharing of high-level
intelligence with the government of Uganda, reassuring us over and over again the collaboration with the government of Uganda at every single detail of those who come to Uganda, and assuring to give protection and assistance to Uganda if need be in terms of their security. And only on those bases, this action, the president accepts that the evacuees will come to Uganda. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I apologize for going this far, but there are things that we needed to finish. Part of the discussion that related some of the items that came up, which were not on the order paper, kind of affected our processing of the business that on the order paper. For that, I apologize to you, honorable members, that we sat this late. Of course, there'll be moments where on cause we're required to sit beyond this time, but today it was not intended. House adjourned to tomorrow, 2 o'clock.